Sir Blair, may hapon. Sir, may hapon. Madunggan ko, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Ayun, okay na. Okay
Ako,
na,
ma'am.
sir. Yes.
Yes,
Clear
ma'am.
na, sir.
Panungutan ako ba, sa awarding na to ni
ASEC. Wala si ASEC jud, sir, kay naa
Wala.
sila katong ROG assembly. So,
Okay,
dito.
pero si Yusek na siya.
Naa. Mag-live si USEC sa iyang kuan.
So
Message.
after sa speech ni Yusek,
USEC.
atong ihatag ang kuan.
Yes,
So
sir.
ang iko na to, ang atong spotlight sa inibasa na ko sa certificate sa appreciation, plaque of appreciation, ang spotlight si
USEC.
Yusek lang o si
Consul
Consul Army.
Oo, yes,
Kaya
sir.
after virtually mahatag, pasultihan ako gamay si Consul Army.
Sige, sige.
For Yusek.
Oo. Sige, sir. So, ang i-present lang nato, sir, kay USEC na lang sa, sir. Okay ra?
Okay na kayo lang.
Kay para dili lang kay wala magud si ASEC.
Okay.
Ano na lang. Okay, Sir Bear.
Sige,
Thank you. Kaon sa dira, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Sir Ver. Hi, sir. Ngayong hapon.
Mars, hello.
Hello, sir. Good afternoon.
Yes, good afternoon, Mars. Last muna ako ha.
Sir. Hi, good afternoon, server. Okay lang if ma-open ni may mong cam, sir. Naka-mute pa ka, sir.
Yes, yes. Yes, Joy, okay lang. Okay ba? Manong kung tingog?
Madungog, sir.
Okay.
Sir, medyo ano ka, sir, ka na. Sa
Naman.
babae mo, ano. Okay lang if ano ni mong gamay, sir. Ana.
Ano na?
Kana, better, sir. Yes
Okay.
po.
Okay.
Okay. Sige. Salamat, sir.
Sige, Mar.
La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of kakao at tsokolate. Tara na 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 sa usapang magpapapasaya't magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate, just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for waiting, everyone. Please prepare for our opening preliminaries. May we start our Usapang Kakao at Chocolate with a prayer and to be followed by the rendition of the Philippine National Anthem.
Our Heavenly Father, the fount of all goodness and grace, the cause of wisdom, the source of intelligence, we welcome you, O Lord, to this auspicious gathering of your beloved, who continuously give you thanks for every opportunity to learn something new and become fruitful to the works of your creation. We humbly come to you, not because we are worthy, but because we find ourselves in need of you, who is our strength and our hope, to continue despite the challenges we face in health, prosperity, and our solidarity with one another. We pray that today's gathering, made possible by the grace of advancements in technology and social media, become successful in its endeavors, so we can offer it back to you as our humble offering to honor you, glorify you, and love you through our deeper connection with everyone. May we find bliss in today's session and become more productive children and co-creators of the earth. This we ask and pray through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello, Philippines, and hello, world, and welcome everyone to Season 2, Episode 4 of Usapang Kakao at Chocolate. This has been an ongoing initiative, the Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated, a private sector-led aggregation of cacao stakeholders nationwide, primarily organized to provide support and extension services to our cacao farmers and other cacao stakeholders and the Philippine cacao industry. The Philippine Cacao Industry Association actually is currently acting as the private sector partner of government in the national, regional, and the provincial levels in the pursuit of more responsive programs and services for the cacao industry in the Philippines. Since last year, we have hosted numerous conversations and discussions from direct farm productivity and management, local and international markets, product enhancement and development, and a lot more. And today, we will be continuing to hit the ground running despite challenges and do another exciting conversation about cacao on the topic selection of cacao planting materials and cacao farm management. This afternoon, my dear friends, to open episode 4 of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate, we will listen to the welcome remarks of the chairperson of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated. Let's all welcome with a round of applause, Consul Army Lopez Garcia.
Thank you, Blair, our favorite host for the UKT. First of all, let me acknowledge the participants of this afternoon's Usapang Cacao at Chocolate, which we call UKT. Undersecretary of the Department of Agriculture, High Value Crops and Rural Credit, USEC Evelyn Lavinia. To Assistant Secretary of the Department of Trade and Industry, ASEC Aster Cabarte. To our National Coordinator for the Cacao, ARD Delia, and to to all our Board of Trustees of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association, coming from all over the Philippines. We have representatives, trustees from Luzon, represented by Philo Chua, and also our Secretary Sylvia Ordonez. From Visayas, Mayor Gwen Mondihar, our Vice President, and our Treasurer, Mr. Chris Fadriga, and of course our able and famous directors, our very own legend, Mrs. Charita Puentespina from Davao, and we have also Mr. Chris Lindo from Mindanao, also who happens to be the VP of the Philippine Cacao Industry Council. And of course, the Industry Development Council chairpersons from all over the country. And to our esteemed resource person, Mr. Virgilio Loquias, cacao industry expert, and they say retired, but I say not tired, supervising agriculturists of the BPI, Bureau of Plant Industry, and to all the cacao value chain players, chocolate enthusiasts, and to our UKT viewers and participants. Good afternoon. A pleasant afternoon to all of you, and I thank you all the time for joining our usual first Wednesday of the month UKT. And on behalf of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association, and in cooperation with the Philippine Cacao Industry Council, with the Department of Trade and Industry and Department of Agriculture, and I'm honored to welcome you all to the 4th episode of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate Season 2. As we all know, cacao is an important commodity that has a strong domestic and export market demand. And as the demand increases, our supply of cacao beans cannot fully keep up with the gap. So among the reasons for this increase is that are the new and innovative uses of cacao in the food, cosmetics, and pharmaceutical industries, and the positioning of cacao as the health food. Based on the cacao industry data, the Philippines has an estimated global demand of about 4.7 million to 5 million metric tons by 2020. Nonetheless, a cocoa shortage is also predicted at 1 million metric tons. And the annual local consumption is at 50,000 metric tons, but the local supply is only around 10,000 metric tons a year. Now, that's the reason why we are really coming up, your association in cooperation with the council came up with the harmonized production, cacao production and post-harvest protocol to really improve the harvest of the farmers. Now, as your chairperson and the president of the council and the association, our goal is to improve and strengthen the cacao industry in the Philippines. Thus, for this episode of the Usapang Cacao at Chocolate Season 2, our invited resource person will focus on the technical information on the selection of planting materials and practices that should be observed in preparing the land to planting processes. Now, we have to remember that, you know, when we plant a plant, we have to look for a very good variety. And in fact, in the industry, we are now encouraged to only get seedlings from registered nursery operators, because if these planting materials are not registered, and I'm sure our speaker will explain this afternoon, then after 3 years, then we discover that the seedlings that you have bought is not really that good and not productive. So we want to make sure the industry has really espoused the creation and more accreditation of nursery operators, accreditation by the Bureau of Plant Industry. Anyway, I believe one good practice leads to a breakthrough when done consistently. I hope the topics that we feature through this webinar series can help us achieve our goal in the Philippine Cacao Industry Roadmap 2021 to 2025 to produce 50,000 metric tons of quality fermented beans by 2025 to meet the demand of not only the export but also the domestic markets. May this inspire us all, as well as our Philippine cacao value chain players, chocolate enthusiasts, and our UKT viewers to attain our vision of being a globally competitive and sustainable Philippine cacao and chocolate industry built on a strong Philippine brand of quality cacao. Good afternoon to all, and may we have a very fruitful discussion this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Council Army Lopez Garcia, the chairperson of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated and the Philippine Cacao Industry Council. So my dear friends in the industry, the strong engagement of both government and the public sector has been a Duterte legacy, allowing government to trailblaze industry cluster initiatives and pushing the public sector to take part of these developmental efforts. The Department of Agriculture and the Department of Trade and Industry has been strongly collaborating and working together towards the provision of the necessary support and extension services to our industry players. Since day one, both these government departments have laid down the foundation for the industry to prosper and grow. Necessary frameworks have been set up to strengthen all these collaborative initiatives. And today, we are happy and proud to have with us the Undersecretary of the Department of Agriculture on High Value Crops and Development Program, who will be delivering a message for the Department of Agriculture. We cannot thank her so enough for all the support the Department of Agriculture and herself personally provided on all the concerns and the needs of the industry, which she extended to her assistance and support. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Undersecretary of the Department of Agriculture, USIC Evelyn Lavinia.
Ayan, okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you, admin. Yeah. So it's quite inspiring, no, in the afternoon. Every time we have this Usapang Kakao and hearing the voice of Blair Panong with that modulated voice, and it gives us the whole afternoon na hindi tayo matutulog at makikinig tayo doon sa mga experts. So thank you, Blair. So for ASEC Aster Caberte, and of course, our very active Consul Army, the chairperson, our speaker, Virgilio Loquias, and the beautiful voice, Blair Panong, and Mr. June Pantoa of Cablo, and the colleagues, the government, and of course, our officers, no? And active officers, and our Madre de Cacao, Charita Puentespina, and all our farmers and stakeholders. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So today, I'm really honored, and I will really say that I'm honored to be speaking to you today, as this might be my farewell address to all the members of this esteemed cacao community during the conduct of the virtual Season 2 Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate, Episode 4, with the topic Selection of Planting Materials and Cacao Farm Establishment. Why? Because as an appointee, this will already be, we are only until June 30. But anytime, anyone can call. So it has always been my pleasure and pride to be involved and perhaps be instrumental to the continued development of the Philippine cacao through this gathering of connoisseurs, aficionados, stakeholders, and council members to learn from the experts in the field, and for whatever I can contribute in helping shape the future of the industry during my brief stint here in the Department of Agriculture. I can claim on behalf of Dr. William Dar, the Secretary of Agriculture, that its unit, the High Value Crops and Rural Credit, has always been an avid supporter and one of the staunchest movers of the cacao industry, especially Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Information and Exchange and Marketplace Project of the PCIC and PCIA. And for this, I am very grateful. I congratulate and thank the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and the Philippine Cacao Industry Association under the able hands of Consul Army for steering the cacao industry towards continued progress, growth, and world renowned, for consistently being recognized in the sensory competition as a preserver of world-class quality. Our topic today is critical to the long-term viability and success of any cacao farm because it can be considered as the alpha of this long growth and development journey. As is known to everyone in this forum, cacao farms can only reach full production within, although it bears already at 1.5 years, at its 3 years or more from planting. Therefore, improving and ascertaining proper farm establishment from the beginning is high priority for the foreseeable future of the Philippines' emerging cacao industry, specifically since its outcome and overall impact is traceable to the selection of the planting materials and the cacao farm establishment. What complicates this and makes it even more an urgent concern when establishing cacao farm is the diverse soil, environmental conditions in the Philippines, as well as the long list of detriments, such as what really needs to be considered in the production of seeds when matching it to the site-specific fertility and nutrient management best practices in an area. I am sure our expert will provide us a deep dive into this requirement and thank them for lending us their invaluable time and expertise. Virgilio Loquias, alam nyo kung sino siya, is not just an expert or experience, no, for a long time. And he is also respected and is an institutional memory of the story of cacao in Mindanao. So yan siya, no? It is clear that the topic for today is very critical and important since it is determinative of the downstream attractiveness, economic feasibility, and sustainability of the cacao production for the cacao farmers, stakeholders alike. And we thank Consul Army and the PCIC, PCIA officers and members, and my partner, the Department of Trade and Industry, for underlining this vital aspect of the cacao production with this particular episode of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate. And of course, Tita Silvia Ordonez, na very busy every day, calling everyone just to keep up with what is, just to matuloy lang talaga yung any activity that we had. For the last time, let me thank all of you for a very colorful but equally rewarding and fulfilling experience I had with this forum of distinguished personalities in the cacao industry in the last 6 years as Undersecretary of High Value Crops and Rural Credit of the Department of Agriculture. It is fond memories shall form part of my treasured remembrance of this chapter in my life. Mabuhay po tayong lahat at maraming salamat po. Thank you very much to everyone. You made our job easier because you're all of there. All of you are there, and we help each other to attain our goal to have the best cacao in the world. Magandang hapon, and thank you very much from the bottom of our heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek Evelyn Lavinia. Again, we cannot thank you enough for all the support you have extended to our cacao stakeholders nationwide. Please allow me, in behalf of the men and women of the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and the Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated, to express our wholehearted gratitude to you for your strong and unqualified support to the cacao industry in the country. Please allow me to give you Consul Army Lopez Garcia to hand in virtually our plaque of appreciation to you, which I will read. Plaque of appreciation is hereby awarded to Evelyn G. Lavinia, Undersecretary, Department of Agriculture, High Value Crops and Rural Credit, for her dedication, noble task, and exceptional expertise shared during her stint as the co-chairperson of the Philippine Cacao Industry Council, which paved the way in the development and promotion of the industry. Given this first day of June 2022, signed Consul Army Lopez Garcia, Chairperson Philippine Cacao Industry Council, and President Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated. We will now give the floor for a few moments to PCIA Chairperson Consul Army Lopez Garcia. Ma'am Army, go ahead.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and Evelyn.
Yeah, I didn't expect it.
Yeah, you said that the task has been made easy because we are around, but it's also the same way as we are very, very lucky to have you, because you are always there for us. You know, you never refuse our call, maski anong oras, you are there for us. So, from the bottom of our hearts, on behalf of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association and the council, we would really like to thank you for being there for the industry. And we could not have what we have given during my stay as the chair and the president without your support. And talagang, you have been very supportive. Thank you very much.
Thank you everyone. Until June 30, we will do our best to serve everyone in the cacao industry. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, thank you very much, Yusek Evelyn Lavinia. Before giving you the recorded message from DTI, we would like to request the Secretariat from Davao to have our pictures taken. the traditional picture taking of our episode, another episode of Usapang Kakao at Chocolate. Go ahead. Can you open your cameras, please? You're requesting our activity participants to please open their cameras for the traditional picture taking. Thank you. Rachel.
Okay, ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3, smile. Second page. 1, 2, 3, smile. Last page. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Joy. At this point, ladies and gentlemen, we will also listen a recorded message from the Assistant Secretary for the Regional Operations Group of the Department of Trade and Industry. Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Assistant Secretary Asteria C. Caberte.
To Yusek Bless Lantayona, Yusek Evelyn Lavinia of DA, to my dear friend Consul Army Garcia, to our Cacao Regional Coordinators, to our leaders from the private sector, to our guest speaker, Mr. Virgilio Loquias, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to congratulate the Philippine Cacao Industry Council and the Philippine Cacao Industry Association for the success of the UKT or Usapang Kakao at Chocolate, which is now on its 4th episode for its season 2. Congratulations. Today, I would like to thank all of you for spending your valuable time with us in this exchange of knowledge and expertise in the cacao industry. The cacao industry has been one of the priority industries identified under the Industry Cluster Enhancement Program or ICE program of the Department of Trade and Industry. We see the vast potential of the Philippine cacao industry and we want to develop and capitalize on these potentials to transform the industry into a global success, alleviating the plagues of the value chain and consequently rev up economic development. Furthermore, we hope to engage in a detailed discourse as well as we listen to our esteemed speaker share his expertise on cacao production and post-harvest. I am excited as we learn how we can progress further in targeting growth areas in the cacao value chain. And with that, I enjoin everyone to actively participate in today's session. So all together, we can build a more concrete path towards a globally competitive Philippine cacao industry. Thank you for the passion and willingness to help hand in hand with DTI in carving a better future for the industry. May this be a fruitful convergence and we look forward to sharing the success of the cacao industry with you. Good day, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Asik Caberte of the Department of Trade and Industry. For the information of everyone, we are now on Zoom and we are also on Facebook Live. So before giving you our topic presenter for this afternoon, may I encourage all activity participants in Zoom at Facebook Live to fill up our online attendance sheet, which we have shared at our chat box and in the FB message board. We will use your contact details when we send the presentation materials used by our topic presenter this afternoon. Also, we encourage everyone, including our FB Live participants, to fill up later our customer feedback form to guide us on how to improve our future conduct of UKT through this medium. So once again, thank you and good afternoon, everyone. My dear friends, our topic presenter is a farmer all his life. He has a Bachelor of Science in Agriculture degree, major in agronomy at the University of Southeastern Philippines. He has been in the Bureau of Plant Industry in various capacities as a researcher, officer in charge, research coordinator, acting as administrative officer, production in charge, research and extension, plant nursery, evaluator. He retired from the Bureau of Plant Industry in March of 2020, and to this date, he is a BPI and SQCS plant material inspector. He has been trained on tropical and subtropical fruit production, post-harvest technology, and on fresh produce, soil protection, and fertilizer utilization in different countries like Israel, South Korea, Thailand, China, Japan, Mexico, Vietnam, to name a few. Our topic presentation this afternoon has been divided into two parts. The first would be on the selection of cacao planting material, and right after that, the discussion also on cacao farm establishment, land preparation, layouting, hole digging, and planting. So, ladies and gentlemen, to give us an insight on this very important part of our value chain, let's all welcome Mr. Virgilio L. Luquias.
Yes, good afternoon to everyone. May I request the admin to please show my slides. I'll be presenting to you today my topic regarding the selection of seedlings for field planting. In the plantings of cacao, we have to use sexually propagated plants or cacao that is recommended by the Bureau of Plant Industry, or using other promising clones that is suitable to our climate. And you have to consider that the seedling should be with pest and disease resistance, and they are considered as with fine flavor characteristics. An example of these varieties that we have now in the country, which are tolerance to pest and disease, are the PBC 123, K1, K2, and the M02. And this M02 is a newly acquired, newly recognized variety, which is already, or clone, which are already existing here in the farms in Davao City. Next slide, please. So we have to, in the selection of seedlings, we have to select ripe fruits, and we have to extract the beans. We have to process the beans. We have to remove the mucilage, and we have to air dry them, and we have to pre-germinate the seeds before sowing it to the bags. So we have to remove the pulp, the mucilage, and store it for 1 day, and until it will form a radical. It's the time to sow these seeds into the bags. Next slide. So in using the bag, we have to utilize bigger bags, as we have discussed earlier before during our meetings, that we have to change small bags to bigger bags, because research showed that bigger bags will have a good stand of seedlings in the nursery. So we will be using different soil medium, using garden soil, cocoa coir dust, and compost as a mixture to our growing medium. Next slide. So the germinated cacao seeds are sown carefully into the bags with size 8 by 12 by 003, and we have to maintain this regularly in the nursery. And we have to cull seedlings which are weak, small seedlings, and we have to maintain them with sprays of fungicide and insecticide as protection against pests and also diseases, especially during rainy season. So we have to put the seedlings under shelter to prevent them from excessive rainfall, which result to wilting. Next slide. Then seedlings of cacao will be grafted, so we have to use rootstock and scion. So be sure that in grafting you have to use compatible scion to your rootstock. So you have to use equal size in diameter. As shown in this picture, there are grafts that are the scion used are bigger than the rootstock, so they are not compatible. So the quality of your seedlings would be affected. So in grafting, you have to use a pencil size rootstock and also a pencil size scion. Next slide. Now these are the characteristics or criteria in the selection of our seedlings for pearl planting. So we have to use insect registered cacao varieties. Insect means National Seed Industry Council. Then the size of the scion should have at least 2 to 4 bud eyes. The use of pencil size rootstock, which has 4 to 5 mm in diameter. And we have to consider that the scion or mother plants should have tolerance to diseases. And the use of 8x12 0.003 polybags, this is a gasseted bag. Then the scion is compatible with the rootstock, same in diameter. Then the graft union should be at least 40 cm above the soil. The height of the grafted plants using during disposals should have at least 1/2 meter with 8 to 10 matured leaves with 5 to 6 months old from grafting. So the roots should not be growing out from the bag. So you have to remove if ever those roots are already growing out. Then new shoots growing out below the union of the rootstock and the scion, because the growth below the scion is already a rootstock. So be sure to remove the shoot below the union of the scion and the rootstock. Then the plastic strip that holds the union of the scion and the stock should be removed. So the seedlings should be pest and disease free as per required by the PPI quarantine, that all plants will be free of diseases as you bring these planting materials outside the country. Next slide. So in the farm establishment, you have to clear the land. You have to remove stumps, old trees, old coconuts that have been destroyed. So you have to remove this because this will be the host of pests and diseases that will damage your cacao. Then after clearing the land, you be sure that the area should have a drainage canal so that water will not be stay on the ground. Then after clearing, you have to conduct staking and layouting using the recommended distance of planting, which have 3 by 3 meters in between rows and between hills. So with 3 by 3 distance of planting, you will have 1,100 plants per hectare. Next slide. So in establishment, in the holing, you have to consider that in holing, you should have to separate the subsoil and the topsoil. So in returning the soil, you have to return the topsoil on the bottom, then the topsoil, the bottom soil should be on top. So it is already known as practice, and we know that topsoil are richer in nutrients compared to the soil at the bottom. So you have to return back the topsoil to the bottom, and the bottom soil should be on top during planting. Next slide. So in establishment, you have to consider the time of planting. So you have to start planting during the rainy season. Be sure that you have to, the soil should have this good moist during planting so that the seedlings will not be stressed afterwards. Next slide. Then you have to provide shade. Shade used could be empty sacks, nets, or coconut fronds. And then after planting, you have to consider mulching. So this mulching will serve as a protection to the soil surface for drying and the moisture loss. So your seedlings will not be affected by stress or heat or drought stress due to mulching materials. Next slide. So in establishment, you have to consider intercrops as temporary shade like banana and cassava. So you have to plant temporary shade while waiting for other permanent crops like fruit trees to shade your cacao. Next slide. Now in planting cacao, you have to consider, especially in the establishment, clonal plantings, or you're utilizing other varieties, not only one clone or 2 clones, but in this model, this is a model from Australia. They are planting 6 clones. So in our country, we are trying to adapt this technology that we have to plant more clones in a block or in a plantation to in order that there will be sources of pollens. So there are pollinizers, there are pollinators, and pollinating agents in order that our production will increase from let's say 500 grams to 2 kilos of dried beans per tree per year. So one of the technology here is polyclonal planting using other crops, other clones to induce or enhance pollination and increase yield. Next slide. So far, this is one of the example in the cacao, well-managed cacao in Cotabato. So this is using high stem branches, high stem with branches on top. This is grown in North Cotabato by Mr. Jack Sandeke. So thank you guys and good afternoon. So far, this is only my presentation as of this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Verloquias, for your presentation. The topics that our topic presenter has presented is on cacao selection of planting materials and cacao farm establishment. So we are now ready to accept questions to our resource person. So you may type your questions in the chat box, or you could directly ask our topic presenter if you have clarifications and questions relative to his presentation. So, okay, we start now for our question and answer. We would like to request also the Secretariat, if you have questions from FB Live, to please share it with us so that we could raise those questions to our resource person, Mr. Virgilio Loquias. Okay. For those in the Zoom, you may raise your hands and we could acknowledge you for your respective questions. Thank you. Okay, we have two questions here in our chat box. Sir, based on polyclonal planting, what percentage per clone you can recommend on polyclonal planting? What percentage per clone?
For example, if you want to have your main crop should be at least 50%, and all the rest should be divided into different percentage like 10%, 10% for the 4 clones, 50% for the main clone, and 50%, 10% for each 4 clones as polyclonal.
Okay, thank you. Another question, sir. Good afternoon. What is the recommended planting distance if it is in crop with coconut? Thank you.
Actually, if the coconut is planted 10 by 10, so you have to plant cacao in 2 rows in between coconuts. So you will have a population of at least 500 cacao in 1 hectare of coconut.
Okay, thank you. We have a question here, a live question from Northern Samar Cacao Industry Council. Sir, please, you are recognized.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, good afternoon po.
Sa basal po, may nilagay kayong 1920x1080 na fertilizer.
Yes, ammonium
Pila po
phosphate.
kang grams ang recommended?
50 grams as starter.
50 grams per hole.
Yes.
After the basal, how many years or how many months
after 3 months, you have to add when your cacao starts growing. After 3 months, you have to check whether it is still showing yellowing in on the leaves. So you have to consider you have to check the result of your soil analysis, because during the establishment, during the land preparation, you are already getting soil sample in the field. So we have to check the result of the soil analysis. The 50 grams 1920 is only a starter fertilizer, but you have to on the follow-up application of fertilizer, you have to consider the result of the soil analysis.
after 3 months, sir, uh, what fertilizer na applicable nga
Yes,
ibibigay namin sa tanim?
ang sinasabi ko na yung after 3 months, you have to base it to the result of your soil analysis.
Soil
your sample.
analysis.
Yes, opo.
So it
So yung
depends
15
upon
na-
the result.
Yes, it depends on the result of the
Soil
soil sample
analysis.
taken during land preparation.
Okay. Yung foliar fertilizer, if the leaves of the cacao leaves is in yellowish, so we can use the foliar fertilizer.
Yes, you can do that. At yung topic na yan, pwede yan i-discuss sa mga next speaker sa sa UKT during kasi mayroong topic tayo din sa nutrition and fertilizers ng cacao.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay,
you're welcome.
thank you very much, Northern Samar Cacao Industry Council. We have another question from our chat box from Nancy Romy. Polyclonal planting will be difficult due to availability of seedlings at the same time, no? How can we solve this?
Actually, dito sa Davao, we don't have any problem about the sourcing of the planting materials. Right now, we have centers maintaining foundation sayong group, maintaining 13 to 15 insect registered clones. So as far as varieties, I could not say that we have enough clones here in Davao. Aside from BF18, BC123, BR25, we have a lot of insect registered varieties that you could use in polyclonal planting. In my illustration, I recommend the use of Prulio because Prulio is one of the best cacao. I'm thinking that the quality of Prulio, the pollens of Prulio will help in the production of fine flavor characteristics to other clones. So you'll be improving the quality of your beans if you have this Prulio planted together during the polyclonal planting. So as far as varieties, we have enough clones available here in Davao City.
Okay, thank you. Is it still true right now in that we cannot sell our planting materials if yung sama yung lupa kasi may problema tayo sa soil? Is it still true
Yes,
this time?
ang nandiyan sa best remedy is you have to, if you are in Visayas, in Luzon, you have to grow your rootstocks and you will get your scion here in Davao. That's the best way.
Okay, so the rootstock should come from your area.
The
You get
rootstock should
your
be,
scion from Davao.
yes, you have to produce rootstock if you are in Luzon, in Visayas.
Mhm.
So you have to produce rootstock there, and then scions will be taken from centers, research centers, having this foundation scion groups. So because they have these scions available in the foundation scion groups.
Thank you for that. We will now be entertaining the question from Mr. Ruel Barquera of LCIDC. Sir, please.
Mayong hapon, Sir Virgilio.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
There is a Leyte, our common problem or in Region 8 per se, we don't have accredited BPI cacao nursery. So, kadalasan, the source, lalo na yung galing sa mga LGU or mga NGOs, binibili pa sa Davao. So, yung common problem, ang taas ng mortality rate. How can you help us here in Leyte or in Region 8 to have cacao nursery para naman hindi na masyadong nahihirapan yung seedlings natin from one farm to another?
Okay, the best thing to do on that particular problem, sir, is you have to try to check DA Abuyog, Leyte, if they have this cacao foundation scion group, because in that scion group they are planting different clones, so you could get your scions in that particular research center. DA Abuyog.
Yeah. We have, but they are not accredited nursery. Bakit? Hindi naman sila.
Actually, pag government centers, hindi na kailangan na because sila, this is a government research center, so they are the one accrediting or certifying planting materials for the nursery operators private. But kung itong mga research center na under DA, hindi na kailangan na mag-accredit sila.
So, ibig sabihin, sir, kung galing yung material namin sa kanila, gusto namin gumawa ng sariling nursery dito.
Yes.
Madali na lang ma-approve sa BPI.
Yes, lalo na kung ang kailangan lang sa DA centers na yung kanilang mga tanim ng kakao should be certified by BPI NSQCS. Mayroon talagang tag o certified trees na na-certify ng Bureau of Plant Industry.
Are there certified seedlings apart from Davao? Outside from Davao, meron tayong mga certified seedlings or mother
Yes,
plants?
mayroon tayong mga certified seedlings grown by the research centers, like for example in the different regions of the DA. So mayroon ang DA centers, research centers are planting this what we call foundation plants or seedlings or plants, then it will be certified by BPI NSQCS. So pag certified na yung mga puno nila sa government centers, pwede na silang magbenta ng sayon doon sa mga nursery operators na private.
Ang problem kasi dito, sir, ever since, kahit yung DA natin na bumibili is kumukuha pa sa Davao. Kasi yun nga, lalo na yung post-Yolanda and then thereafter, even right now, no? So parang wala tayong mother plant dito na talaga makaproduce yung pinabanggit mo, parang good source ng sayon. So
Actually,
yun yung challenge dito.
Actually, ang problema sa Leyte, kunti lang ang nursery operators na private. Kunti pa lang ang accredited nursery operators. Dito sa Davao, marami. During my time as plant nursery inspector, I was able to accredit 40 nursery operators here in Davao City, Region 11. Itong mga 40 nursery operators, ito yung nag-produce ng mga planting materials na yung mga kanilang mga tanim ay sertipikado ng out of the 40, at least mga 20 nursery operators are producing the certified planting materials. Kaya dito kumukuha yung mga tagalabas. So ang kulang lang talaga sa ibang bansa, sa ibang lugar, kulang ang private nursery operators na accredited by the Bureau of Plant Industry. Pero pag sinasabi nating sources of
rootstock.
certified mother plants, nandiyan sa DA, meron sa DA.
So we can get the certified mother plants from the regional nurseries.
Yes,
and it could be accepted as the required mother plant by BPI.
Yes.
Okay, because we're thinking only that we could get the rootstock from Davao, no? So yun ang problema.
No. You grow the rootstocks in your place, then you could get scions from from the accredited nurseries with certified mother trees.
So ma-certify pa rin yan as a nursery operator by BPI.
Yes, dito sa Davao mayroong accredited nursery operators with certified mother trees of cacao.
So ibig sabihin noon, Sir Virgilio, pag traceable yung sayon from a mother plant na accredited by BPI, ibig sabihin yung taong nakabili noon, kahit siya yung nag-grow ng rootstock, ay pwede na siyang mag-accredit eventually kung gusto niya mag-nursery sa BPI.
Yes, pwede.
Okay. Very good. Kasi yan ang problema namin. We couldn't get those materials from Davao this time because of the restrictions.
Mayroon pang kailangan yan, sir. Pag, for example, kukuha ka ng sayon, nasa Leyte ka, kumukuha ka ng sayon dito sa Davao from accredited nursery operators on certified mother trees, kailangan mong i-contact yung NSQCS ng Leyte na mayroon kang darating na sayon na galing Davao na sertipikado para ma-check nila pagdating. Parang ganun ka tedious yung activity pag ang sayon i-transport mo. So kailangan diyan pagdating ng sayon, mayroong mga inspectors ng NSQCS na taga Leyte para salubungin nila yung sayon kung talagang darating ba diyan.
Okay.
Ilang araw dapat, sir?
5 days ang sayon. Actually, the lifespan of sayon from getting or from harvesting, pag maganda ang storage, ang handling, abot siya ng 5 araw.
So, galing Davao, transport, tapos sasalubungin pa ng baka patay na makarating sa
Hindi, 5 days. Pwede naman, ang mayroon kaming pinapadalang sayon, experience na namin, nagpapadala ako ng sayon sa Iloilo. Yung sa kay Janiki Nursery sa Leyte is buying certified scions from Davao, from BPI. Sa aeroplano lang sinasakay. Ang flight kasi ng during Wednesday ang schedule PAL 12 o'clock. 1 o'clock darating na diyan sa Iloilo ang sayon. So madali lang, basta importante lang airport to airport. Pag LBC, DHL, yun ang delikado.
Okay lang ba mayroon direct flight from Davao?
Nasubukan din namin, sir, yung mayroong napadala sa akin ng planting materials galing BSU, yung kasaba, stocks. Sinasakay nila sa bus. Yung bus na Peltranco.
Okay. Can we acknowledge Consul Army Lopez Garcia, please, ma'am?
Yes, just to give you an update, I just want to have these updates that when we approach nursery operators, they may claim that they are certified, but we have to to verify with the BPI, di ba? If they have renewed their accreditation, because sometimes let's say, okay, I have experience that, okay, ma'am, you cannot get from them, ma'am, because they have not renewed their accreditation. So these nursery operators have to be regularly accredited, right? May expiration yan, di ba?
Yes. Actually, ang may expiration yung accreditation ng nursery. Pero yung certification of planting materials, lalo na sa mother trees, walang expiration yun, ma'am.
Okay,
yung certified mother trees planted in the Zion groves, wala yung expiration, parang parang birth certificate. Pero yung accreditation ng nursery as operator of the nursery, yun ang pwedeng mag-expire within 1 year kasi by business permit na yun. At saka yung accreditation will last ngayon mayroon na silang bagong dati 1 year, ngayon 3 years. Ngayon yata parang may plano na gawing 5 years yung accreditation bago ma-expire.
That's good.
Okay, very good.
I have a follow-up question.
Go ahead.
Because we all know there that we have to be very clear that if one area, we need to plant at least 3 varieties, right? At least varieties. And then, but you are espousing for our growers and our farmers to plant also the Criollo to be able to, to get this special flavor, no? So can you tell our viewers how many percent? Let's say, isang variety, ilang percent? So there will be 4 varieties already, or i-drop yung isa and then yung Criollo na? So what is the percentage? So maybe
actually our main clones planted in the field are the UF18, the VR25, and the PBC123.
Yeah.
So at least you could plant these 3 varieties. You have to divide this into 3. Let's say 20%, 20%. You have 6. So you have 60, and all the rest, the 40% will be other clones. Other clones.
Okay. Okay. So meron pa kang palapam? Yes.
Clarify because we were also told that let's say, for example, if we don't have other clones, let's say we just have the 3. We just have the 3. They were saying that maybe if you have UF18, PBC 1 to 3, and then only limit the BR25 to 20%. So in other words, out of the 100%, you just devote 20% for BR25 and UF18, and the balance will be UF18 and PBC 1 to 3. Please.
Yes, you could do that, Consul Army. You could do that. If you have only 3 clones, PBC 123, UF18, and BR25, you could plant 50% of the UF18, and the 50% will be divided by BR25 and the PBC 123.
Okay, just to
But it's good and better if you will add 2 more clones of the UF18, BR25, PBC 123 with other clones like M01 and the Criollo, in order that you will have a very good combination of the result of the plantation, considering the output that you are targeting a very fine flavor characteristics of our cacao.
Very good, very good. Thank you very much, Ben.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Consul Army. We have 6 or 7 questions from our chat box. First, there's a question from KKI Gab of Zamboanga City. Sir Ver,
yes,
what is the ideal growth in terms of height for seedlings that are already replanted after a year, and how to validate that the seedlings are doing well?
I have seen, I have presented the example of seedlings in my slides. That is about 5 to 6 months old plantable seedlings. Actually, the plants at that age is really stable, sturdy, and the leaves is not only 8 to 10, but it's more than 10. So, and the height is about 1 meter. If you grow seedlings in the bigger bags, you will have a very good stand of rootstocks. And if you grab this one, you have you will have a good product growth of your scion. So this will go faster. So that's why if you have planted this in bigger bags, you have to prepare the land early so that in time that is really available, you can plant it directly. So do not plant small plants. Do not
Use small bags.
plant 3 months old, 4 months old seedlings from nursery using small bags because they are not yet stable. They are weak. So you have to consider seedlings that are really stable so that in time comes when there is dry or no rains, the plant will still survive with additional inputs like, for example, watering. So this is the critical, that watering, the shading, and say mulching is very important.
Okay, thank you very much for that, sir. We have another question from Carl Yong. Why is there a need to plant the seeds first and then produce clones? Why not just do mass production of clones? This way, the genetics of the cacao plant are all the same.
You mean to say the seeds, Sir Leong, seeds alone? So you will not be using grafted plants. So you'll be using only the seedlings or rootstocks.
Yeah. So what I meant was instead of planting the seeds, just like grow stock plants and then just graft from there, produce clones from there.
You have to plant the rootstocks in the field. Then you graft it in the field.
Yeah, you produce a nursery all with grafted, cloned cacao seedling, cacao small plants from a mother plant.
You mean cuttings?
Cuttings. Yes.
And so far we don't have. We're not able to try the cuttings of cacao, just like the coffee. You mean the coffee, robusta?
Parang ganun.
We are not using cuttings of cacao this time. So we are raising our cacao using rootstocks, seedlings, then graft it with scions. So far, we were not able to try the cuttings of cacao.
Yeah, because that's one way to make mass production of the same genetics.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct. We're not yet using that one so far here in the country, because there are plantings trial from India and Indonesia using cuttings, but they were not able to have a good production because of the diseases. Because cuttings or clones are just simply cuttings, just like marketing. So they don't have primary roots. They have fewer roots, and then when the soil is already contaminated with fungus, they will be attacked by these diseases like the Phytophthora. So they are not sustainable in the field. So that's why in grafting we have to consider rootstocks which have tolerance of pests or diseases, so that they will have sustainable production of our cacao. If you will use cuttings or clonal cuttings, your productivity will not be sustained.
Okay, I guess it's different for different plants, because some plants are better to do, and it's better to do cuttings and then cloning, and then just do a mass production of that.
Yes, but we have not tried it here in the country, because cacao have a very soft wood. It's succulent, and it's not really. I don't think so. It will be performing good, because we have our climate here is tropical, so we have rains, we have dry. So the plant is the environment is conducive to fungus diseases, and the plant is not really as tolerant or resistant to diseases. So that's why we prohibit the production of clonal cuttings as planting material.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Leong. We have another question from Rapid Region 9, VCF Daniel Ibina. Sir Per, good afternoon. How can we identify the clone of the seedlings being sold to us? Is there any physical difference between the different seedlings?
For seedlings, you mean the rootstocks, the seedlings? Actually, there are only two characteristics that is distinct to identify them by their leaf color. The other one is the greenish plus, and the other one is the red plus. Regardless of clones, there are only two seedlings that we have: the green plus and the green plus and the red plus. But we do not know. But we do not know what are the specific clones, especially if there are only mixtures in the field.
Okay, so the green and the light red and the dark red.
Yes.
Okay.
That's correct. That's correct, sir.
Okay, thank you.
The light colored leaf or the green plus are usually cacao seedlings with higher genetics of Criollo.
Okay. 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 There are some questions here about how are we going to contact Sir Ver, no? You could see in the chat box the email address of Mr. Virgilio Luquias, no? So you could contact him through his email address, virgilioluquias@yahoo.com.
Yes,
I think we have another question from Mr. Noel Barquera, please, sir.
Sir, follow-up lang, sir, could it be possible for the Secretariat to provide us a copy of all the registered PPI and cacao nursery operators in Davao for us for easy access when it comes in buying certified science? Kasi yun yung issue natin sa field.
Okay. The secret notes on that, we will be getting a complete list from Davao on their accredited nursery operators, and we will be emailing you on that. No, so I would like again to remind everyone to please fill up the attendance sheets with all your contact details, so that anything that we could must send, including the list and the presentations, we will do that through your attendance sheet. Thank you very much for that, Mr. Barquera. Now, another question here from Rose Chua. How about the W10, sir? Maganda bang paramihin?
Yes, actually, ang W10, this is M001. This is a clone coming from Indonesia. It is a good clone. Based on its genetic makeup, W10 or M01 has a 33% Criollo. So it's a good variety. Kaya pag i-dissect mo yung kanyang buto, yung buto ng W10 or M01, marami siyang puti. Because the percentage Criollo is 33%.
Pero meron pa rin violet. Meron pa rin violet.
Meron pa rin violet kasi
okay.
This is a Trinitario variety. Variety. So pag Trinitario variety, this is a cross between Criollo and Forastero.
Okay, thank you very much. We have another question from Ms. Pearly Flores. Aside from cutting the grass during preparation, how to prevent the recurring growth of grass around the young cacao trees?
Yes, actually, it's very sensitive to apply herbicides, especially the cacao seedling is still young, and constant use of herbicides will also affect the physical properties of the soil, and it will, based on my observation as a fieldman here in Davao City for about 35 years, if you will use continuous use of herbicides, there will be new weeds coming out. These are really bad weeds, really notorious weeds that will affect our main crop. So in cacao farming, you have to consider manual weeding first. You have to control the weeds manually by slashing, using grass cutters, and we avoid the use of herbicides, especially if the pure cacao plant is still young.
Okay, thank you. We have another question regarding the PE bags now, because I think that's the issue that you have been talking about in coming up with the production protocol, the using of small bags or big bags. Now, here's a question from Cargo Fe Ogio. Sir, you're recommending 8x112 PE bags for the seedlings. Hindi ba ito maka-affect sa cost of seedlings considering that you will need more planting media due to bigger PE bags and also the number of bags that can be transported to the farms due to its heavier weight, especially to the farms which is not accessible by transport? Okay.
Okay.
The
Thank
small
you
and the
for
big bags.
thank you for that question, Faye. Actually, the cacao industry here in Davao are using the 6x10 planting materials, plus 6x10 bags. Then for considerations that yung dami, yung transport, marami ang madadala mo pag ito'y dadalhin mo sa isang lugar papunta sa ibang lugar. Pero there are as we have evaluated doon sa mga planting materials na mga maliit ang bags at saka malambot yung lupa because of the soil mixtures. Pag i-handle mo yung planting materials mo na maliit yung bags, during transportation, masisira yung tanim. Pagdating doon sa field, marami nang namamatay. For example, yung kakao galing sa Davao, dalhin sa Leyte, dalhin sa Iloilo, or other part of the country, lamog na yung planting materials. Kaya we recommend the use of bigger bags para magiging sturdy yung tanim, malaki yung tanim, grow in the nursery. Pag malaki siya, then yung handling capacity, makikita niyo kunti na lang, kaya lesser ang damage of the planting materials. And then we have to, when it comes to pricing, pag malaki yung planting material mo, malaki yung bags, malaki yung planting material, talagang lumalaki yung cost. So what you need is to increase your price per seedling. Actually, the government price of the seedlings now is 70 pesos yung 8x12 na binibenta ng Bureau of Plant Industry. Ang problema lang, itong ating mga nursery operators, yung ating mga nurseries, ay they grow it in a smaller bag. Binibenta lang nila 25 pesos, minsan mayroong 10 pesos. So kaya noon na questionably yung quality when it comes to that particular system of using small bags, smaller plants, then cheaper price. So kung malaki na yung cost mo sa in the production using bigger bags, tataasan mo na yung price ng planting materials mo. Hindi ka man malulugi kasi yung tanim mo malaki na naman. Kumpara mo doon sa 6x10 or 6x8 na bags na maliit yung planting materials mo.
Thank you. Do we have more questions, please? More questions?
Hello, sir. Meron pa?
Okay, follow-up question for the physical differences po. For clarification, hindi po natin ma-identify ang isang clone, either it is UF18 or PBC123 or the other?
Ay, yes, kung seedling sila, coming from seeds, but the planting material is already grafted, malaman mo siya sa dahon.
Okay.
Pag sayon siya, or mother tree siya planted in the foundation scion group, pwede mo siya ma-identify kasi mga prototype yun. Pero kung seedlings ng UF18, seedlings ng BR25, seedlings ng PBC123, pag halo-halo mo, you cannot identify them.
Okay. Okay. Council Army raised her hand. Yes, Council, you can go ahead. Council Army, go ahead. You can unmute yourself.
Get back to you. I have a very important call.
Okay. Okay. Later. Okay. How about using reusable pots like empty cans or plastic smaller than 8x12 PE? Plastic
Yes,
pots.
sir. Pwede naman. For example, yung mga malaking bag, mga malalaking containers. Pwede naman, but as temporary or parang ano mo lang, collection para pagpunan mo silang sayon. Yung bigger plastics. Pag medyo maliit naman, ang importante na kailangan na pag itanim mo sa field, hindi masisira yung tanim during breaking of the plastics. So yun ang pinaka-critical, yung pag gumagamit ka ng mga plastics, reusable, yung mga empty mineral waters, plastics, mahirap diyan pag itatanim mo na, mahirap siyang i-cut yung plastic during planting. Siya tanggalin mo man yung plastic during planting. Matigas kasi.
Okay. So importante pa rin na sa'yo, no? It's so easy to cut
Yes,
the
to break,
plastic
to cut.
to break.
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay. Question: physical differences.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Ma'am, go ahead.
Sorry, I was interrupted by a call. Ver, I just
Yes,
want to verify. No, I heard that there was a question, no, raised about the weeding. No, since we do not spouse the spraying weed killer. We understand that there are also friendly, diba, ground covers
Yes,
that,
correct. That's
so maybe you can mention that to the viewers.
Yes, yung
What
mulching materials, ma'am, mulching.
Yeah.
Yung mulching materials, you could control the weeds by using mulching materials. You have to cover the soil with, let's say, plastics, mulching with them with trashes or the bananas, roasting bananas, leftovers from the farm. You have to put it under the cacao tree to prevent growth of weeds. Any material that could suppress the growth of weeds, not only herbicide but physical mulch, you could use that to control the growth of weeds. Then once it deteriorates, it will serve as compost and fertilizer to your cacao.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Do you still have another question?
Yeah. Maybe just a reminder that probably we may have to remind them to also avoid in the last UKT. We really raised this concern that our mga traditional farmers mingon din magpaaso. And then we are discouraging that. We might as well say that again, no? We will remind our farmers because the pollinators, they're driving away the pollinators. Yeah, thank you, Ver.
Yes,
maybe
ma'am.
Sir, yung pollinators natin. So hindi tayo magsusunog sa mga cacao
Actually,
natin.
may discussion din diyan na pwede kang magsusunog to produce smoke, but not during flowering time. Kung talagang kailangan you have to keep away some other pests, you could do smudging, that is smudging or burning, not tires but these grasses and what during the time that the cacao don't have flowers. Because there are some effects of smudging because of the ethylene. I don't know if there is effect on cacao, the production of flowers because of ethylene production, but in other crops like mangoes, if you do smudging, you could induce flowering. But in cacao, you could do smudging in time that the cacao are not flowering, in order that the pollinators will not be going away.
Okay.
There are case-to-case basis of using paaso or the smudging.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. I think Mr. Carl Yong has raised his hand. Please, you're recognized.
Yeah, this is in relation to the pots again, no? Because you were talking about plastic pots and then plastic like reusable pots. What about fabric pots para it's more sustainable and then you can reuse it? Yung mga fabric.
Ano yun, sir? Anong bags yun, sir?
Are you using fabric pots yung gawa sa fabric na you can actually recycle that cloth?
Cloth gagamitin instead of PE.
So far wala, hindi namin nagamit yan. We are using the polyethylene bags.
Okay, kasi meron in my farming I use mga fabric pots and you can recycle it mga 20 times like
yes, I have seen that in Luzon, the fabric bags planted with jackfruits in Zambales, yeah. But we're not using that here in Davao, sir. We are using here the polyethylene bags.
Polyethylene, okay.
But let me Blair, can I have
Yes. Go ahead.
That's really a good idea, Carl, huh? That your fabric bags. That's a good idea. Yeah,
kasi sustainable siya. Tapos actually you can
Please unmute yourself, sir. Sir
Oh,
Carl. please
sorry
unmute-
about that.
Okay.
I was
Go ahead.
saying that you can actually develop another industry where women in the area can start weaving fabric pots. You know, it's easy to do fabric pots, like just weave it in. Then parang extra income siya, but sustainable,
Sustainable.
and
You.
long term.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes, I agree on that, Carl, because lalo na kung gagamitin mo na crop ay medyo yung mga high value crops like durian, jackfruits, because the price is high. But if you will use that fabric bags then planted with it cacao, nagreklamo na nga yung iba na yung mali, yung 8x12 ay mabigat, tapos medyo mahal na. Lalo na siguro kung gagamit pa tayo ng mga yung tinatawag mong yung fabric bags. Yung pricing naman baka aalma kasi cacao yung commodity. Pero pag gagamit tayo ng mga fruit trees, no question on that kasi high value kasi pag gumagamit ka ng mga fabricated bags, using cloth, matibay siya at saka malaki yung bag at saka lumalaki yung puno at saka you sell it at example yung mga large planting material ng fruit trees, umaabot siya ng 1,500 to 2,000 per plant pag malakihan na talaga. Pero sa cacao, I don't know kung kaya ng farmers gumagamit tayo ng fabric bags pagkatapos ganun ang price.
Yeah.
Kasi parang sila, umaangal lang sila sa 8x12 eh.
There's a comment here from Michael Tan. No? Hi, Carl. In Thailand, they use cocoa pots made from cocoa coir. It's 100% natural and help coconut farmers in the Philippines. So I think that's one area that we can probably work into with the Philippine Coconut Authority, developing also cocoa pots made from cocoa coir. So that's an area that we have to explore with PCA. Okay. So
Thank you.
we have Northern Samar Cacao Industry Council raising his hand, please. Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Sir, good afternoon. Magandang hapon po ulit, sir. Ika-clarify ko lang po yung ating 6 varieties. Sinabi mo kanina na yung UF18 is 50. Pag tulula yung variety is 20. I-divide mo ang 50 sa 25. Tapos, nasabi mo rin kanina yung Promelo is better. Na i-api siya sa polyclonal na planting. Yung characteristics ng dili ba maka-apekto sa ato plantation kasi yung Proelio variety is susceptible po siya sa pest and diseases. While the other clone na binanggit ay hindi po.
Okay. Actually, yung polyclonal, kaya marami yung ating ni-recommend. Actually, pwede rin tatlo ang yung pinag-usapan natin kanina, yung tanong ni Consul Army na pag UF18 lang, BR25 at saka PBC, tatlong clones ang itatanim mo, you could do that. Then you have 50% sa UF18 and you divided the 25 by 25 sa PBC and BR25. That is equivalent to 100%. But if you will add 2 more clones doon sa tatlong variety, like for example, the Crulio and the M02 or M01 as a polyclonal, kaya sinasadya natin na maraming clones within an area para at least maligaw yung ating mga peste na kung saan meron silang choices of clones kung saan sila atake. When it comes to diseases naman, as far as Crulio, mayroong nagsasabi na talagang susceptible siya. Pero pag i-manage mo yung management sa ibang crop, kung ano yung management practices mo sa UF18, PBC 123, BR25, same practice apply to your Crulio, walang mangyari sa Crulio mo na masama. This will produce pods. Kaya one of the intention that I have why I included this Crulio is in order to have a good quality of beans, yung final product. Kasi alam na natin yung Crulio beans ay talagang nandun yung kanyang superior quality when it comes to chocolate or plain flavor characteristics. Parang mahawa niya yung ibang characteristic, mahawa niya yung ibang kakao na nandiyan nakatanim sa paligid. So source of pollens with good genetic characteristics.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sa iyo na lang, sir. Isa na lang.
Sige, pwede pa. Kahit 5 pa. kahit hanggang magdamag
Yung
tayo dito.
kanina, sir, na sinabi ko nina yung government research center ay pwede po magpa-accredit yung private nurseries na pwede na sila makabaligya. So, how about, sir, halimbawa, yung cacao nursery namin dito, yung budwood namin is nanggaling sa Davao.
Yes.
That is
Saan sa
yung-
Davao? You
yung
identify kung saan sa Davao kasi malaki ang Davao. Saan ang you identify kung saan ang source, anong nursery dito sa Davao?
Hindi ko lang
Kasi
alam,
hindi
sir,
lahat-
kasi it was
hindi lahat-
granted sa amin ng Philippine Coconut Authority, UF810 and BR25. Itinanim po namin separated, ginawa po namin siyang budwood. Kaya
Okay.
lang noon, hindi pa man kami maaram sa na training na po kami, kaya lang natanggal po namin yung tag niya, yung tag ng cacao. Pero maaram kami, that is UF810, tikang po ng Davao. Pero in specific place, hindi po namin aram kung nain ang galing. So, itong ba na amin budwood nursery ngayon ay pwede namin pagkukunan ng source pag nalaman namin ang lugar kung hain siya nang galing sa Davao.
Actually, kung ano yan, one is, ang importante kasi sa certification, yung traceability of the planting materials. So, i-trace natin kung saan. Kung identify yung galing PCA, then identify yung variety na BR25 at saka UF18, at saka na-evaluate nyo ba talagang UF18 at saka BR ba ito? Talagang alam nyo ba yung characteristics ng BR at saka UF18?
Yes,
Kung
sir.
alam nyo kung alam nyo yung variety, so no question, you could apply to the BPI in SQCS for plant material certification. Yung inyong budwood, pwede nyo i-apply for plant material certification. Para kayo na pag mayroon na itong tag, mayroon kayo ng certified mother trees, pwede na kayong magbenta ng mga science doon sa mga accredited nursery operators or future nursery operators. So kailangan natin na i-identify talaga kung yun ba talaga ay UF18 or BR25. So ang tanong ko, alam nyo ba yung mga BR25 at saka UF18 beforehand na dumating yung puno dyan sa inyo? May background na ba kayo kung ano yung varieties na yan or ano yung clones na yan?
Actually, sir,
yes,
yung variety na dumating sa amin, may tag yun na UF810.
may tag,
May tag po siya nga UF810 and BR25.
ano yung tag galing sa BPI? May marka na
Dire po
certification?
sa nursery, tingin po sa nursery operator nga pin-purchase ang PCA.
Ano yung tag? Parang nakasulat lang, hindi siya talaga typewritten na parang emboss na nakalagay doon sa puno.
Papel. Yung papel sa puno, halimbawa grafted siya, may nilagay sila na papel sa puno sa grafted planting materials na yung F810.
Okay. Ay ganito na lang, i-inquire sa PCA kung saan galing nila nakuha yung kasi sila yung sila yung nag-purchase doon sa kung sino yung nanalo na bidder na nursery operator na pinagkunan nila sa kanilang planting materials at naibigay sa inyo.
So ito na yun, sir, pag nalaman namin, doon kami kukuha ng certification sa mga
Yes. Pwede nyo i-apply. Pwede nyo, pumunta kayo sa BPI in SQCS, you invite them to inspect, ipapakita niyo yung inyong budwood garden, foundation sa yung group.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. We have 3 or 4 questions left here at the chat box. We have one from KC Katapang. What fermented foliar sprays and soil treatment can be used for cacao plants, such as FFJ fermented fruit juices, FFA, the fermented fish amino acid, calcium, eggshells and bones, and compost tea? Okay.
Sa anong dahilan bakit seed treatment sa cacao?
Soil treatment, para soil treatment gagamitin. Foliar spray at saka soil treatment.
Yes,
Could you,
actually maraming gumagamit niyan. Pero sir, pwede yung topic niya yan ay i-discuss yan sa mga future speakers sa ating UKT.
okay.
Okay.
Okay, we will be considering that in future discussions. Okay.
Okay.
There's another one here. Sir, is there a way to revive weak seedlings that were replanted already in the field?
Okay, actually mahirap pag talagang during the nursery operation, we have to recommend culling of seedlings that are already weak in performance because there are seeds in a pods. You have to consider the selection of bigger beans, big rounded beans. Yung mga flat at small beans ay hindi na namin pinapatubo kasi yung sinasabi mo talagang weaker seedlings galing yung sa mga maliit na buto. So pag ito'y naitanim sa field, talagang huwag mo nang na talagang i-rehab, kasi talagang genetically mahina talaga yon. So what we have to do is to really to cull or extract and change it with a new one.
Okay.
Mahirap na kasi magkasakit talaga yan, mahina ang performance yan pag mahina yung seedlings mo. So sa umpisa pa lang, you have to consider healthy rootstocks, healthy seedlings for your field planting of cacao.
Okay, we have a comment here from Ernesto Pantua. Yes, I agree. Cocoa pot making should be promoted as additional income for small farmers. From Mr. Pantua. Another question here. Sir, what clone you mentioned is susceptible to Padrat and CPB?
Actually, yung ating UF18, yung ating W10, this is susceptible to cacao Padrat and also VSD. Based on the research done by Indonesia, the MCC02 or the clone 45 or the S5 is tolerant to cacao Padrat, vascular stick dieback, and tolerant to cacao pod borer.
Okay.
The PBC123 is also tolerant to bacterial vascular stick dieback and also with BR25. But UF18 is very susceptible.
Okay, thank you for that. We have another question here from Angel Asparas. What are the necessary steps before planting the cacao on the field? Do we need to acclimatize it first? And how can we prevent the stress on the cacao seedlings?
Yes, to prevent stress, you have to produce healthy seedlings. Yun lang. Pag nagtanim ka ng seedlings na mahina, maliit, then it is very susceptible to stress. Pag ang tanim mo ay stable, malaki na siya, yung stress doon sa field ay medyo kaya niya. So I have presented before kung ano yung mga kailangan nating i-prepare before planting. Kailangan natin na talagang i-acclimatize mo muna yung seedlings mo. For example, if you plant cacao July, you have to prepare the seedlings. You bring the seedlings to your field by June. So there is a 1 month preparation then before it planting to the field.
Okay, thank you for that. Is Mr. Peter Cruz around? I think Mr. Peter Cruz has a question.
Yes, bye.
Sir Peter, yes. Mr. Peter Cruz is here. Okay. Tawag siya kanina sa akin.
Oo, ito yung pinaka natin sa cacao. Bay, nakipangutan na bay?
Dili. Modungag lang ko bay.
Sige, mas maayo.
For Noel of Leyte, if you want polyclonal bud sticks or scions, you can look for Boy Estrella in So Good Leyte. It's already producing. I think it's now on the 5th year. Okay, for Luzon, polyclonal.
Sir, excuse me, sir. Sir,
Again?
Remember, sir, Southern Leyte was hit by Odette last year, so they are now on. Sorry. Southern Leyte was hit by Typhoon Odette last year, so nag-isod karon ng Southern Leyte sa ilang cacao. They're on the recovery pagani and they are even suggested by rapid to replant pagani. So,
even So Good Noel?
Southern Leyte man sir, so appeal yun ng So Good.
Can you recommend that?
Okay.
The what?
Dagan-dagan unta dito. Kamboy Estrella.
Nindot na gud sila dito, even Lamak is there, no? kaning
Yes,
Lamak
Lamak.
Association.
Oo.
Yeah.
So they were
They were hit
devastated.
really by Typhoon Odette mo to nga nagalisod sila ron sa ilang.
That's right. Okay, thank you. For Northern Samar, you can visit Giwan and Salcedo in Eastern Samar because that NGO, the People in Need, which was funded by SIDCOR and New Zealand government, they have planted these different clones already. I think they started bearing. So you can identify more clones on that area. For Aurora, that is in Luzon, you can have a visit on a 50-hectare farm in Maria Aurora, owned by the Fabros brothers. So you can have your source because they're already making chocolate in Maria Aurora. So you can have your polyclonal bud stick. And one more thing, I agree with Ver that Criollo is one source of the fine flavor cacao. Not only Criollo, but also Trinitario. The fine flavor cacao only come from these two varieties, never from Forastero. Even Nacional cannot pass the fine flavor. So, yes, in my experience as well for Criollo, it's really good tasting. However, Ver was right, it's very susceptible to pests and diseases, but we have to be very cautious because Criollo is very low in productivity. So that's why I don't recommend this to farmers. Only those rich farmers who wants to plant, then no problem. But for the small ones, I won't recommend planting Criollo. But yes, Ver was right. This is one source for this fine flavor cacao. Kato lang, Ver. Thank you.
Thank you, bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peter Cruz. Again, we would like to remind everyone, our activity participants this afternoon, to please kindly provide us your feedback by accomplishing our feedback form. No, you could see that in our chat box and in our Facebook Live. No, so fill that up before we end our activity. We have another question from Rose Chua, please. Rose Chua. Can you unmute yourself, please, ma'am? Unmute, ma'am. Unmute.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Good
Okay, go
afternoon.
ahead.
Yes,
Go ahead. Okay. Go
Rose
ahead.
Chua from Region 1, a member of the Cacao Council. This is not a question, sir, but I have to, kasi nung nakaraan, medyo nagtampo kami doon sa speaker nyo, na in Region 1, we are not suitable for cacao. Actually, we are a cooperative and we are now processing a chocolate. And as you can see, nandito po ako sa nursery, nakikita nyo ang aming nursery. Kaya kilala ko niyan ni Sir Lucas. Nakikita nyo yung aming seedling.
Yes, Ma'am
Yes,
Rose.
gusto ko
Kamusta
lang
ka dyan?
paalam sa group na here in Region 1, we are also processing already chocolate at saka dito sa aming grupo, dito sa accredited kami at saka certified itong mga sayon namin. Actually, yung mga sayon galing din daw sa Davao, galing din yung iba sa Los Baños. Pero yung speaker natin na galing ng Los Baños, parang nakaka nang damdamin kasi 'di ba in street niya na sabi niya na Region 1 is not suitable for cacao planting. Gusto ko lang i-inform sa inyo na itong Region 1 is kaya nga mga kasama namin medyo yung iba pa nga pinutol na yung mga puno nila, which is masamang nangyari. Kaya sabi ko sana sa susunod sana pagka may speaker tayo, wag na. Hindi ko alam kung paano. Ito nga sir, kaya sir, kung mayroon ka ibang Sir Lucas, kung mayroon ka ibang variety. So, ang dami namin variety dito. Actually, we are certified PBC 123, UF18, and BR25. Pero marami kaming variety.
Congratulations, Ma'am Rose.
Yes.
Congratulations, Ma'am Rose.
Marami kaming variety dito. Yan lang sir, gusto ko lang inform na kasi marami nang gustong magtanim din.
Ma'am Rose, Ma'am Rose. Hello, Ma'am Rose.
Yes, sir.
Kontakin mo si Ma'am Sylvia Ordonez. Marami din siya doon. Ma'am Sylvia,
Yes, sir.
Pampanga.
Kilala ko naman siya, sir, dahil yung last election sa Davao, nandiyan naman ako every convention nandiyan naman ako sa Davao, hinanap ko nga kayo, wala kayo doon So, yun lang naman, sir. Wala hindi
Okay.
question. Okay. Kaya
Congrats nga,
nakikita
congrats.
nyo, ayan, nagga-graph po kami. Mga babayan nagga-graph dito, mga
Wow.
member namin. Oh, ayan.
Wow.
Kita nyo namin nursery.
Congratulations.
So, we are inviting nyo. Kung mapunta kayo magkaroon tayo ng dito sa Luzon, we are inviting nyo sa aming Cacao Cooperative Nursery.
Yeah, okay.
Dito
Congrats,
sa
congrats.
Sorobio, Pangasinan, sir. Lahat po
Congrats,
kayo kay
congrats.
Ma'am Army, kay
Congrats,
Sir,
congrats.
ano ba pangalan to, si gwapong natin.
Oo. Yung host
Sige, sir.
natin.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
Thank you,
thank
sir.
you. Okay, salamat,
Thank you,
salamat,
sir.
salamat.
Okay, thank you,
Ma'am
sir.
Rose. Okay.
Yes.
Rose
Okay,
Jowa,
so,
yes.
yes.
Ayusin mo na.
Do we
Okay,
have,
sir.
yes, do you have another more questions? Time
Meron
check
pa,
is
meron pa.
already 3:10.
Kasi
It's already 3:10.
alis ako ng 3:30, sir, kasi may
Oo.
commitment ako, 3:30.
Okay, no worries
Meron
with
pa,
that.
meron pa.
Do we have another question? More questions? Advisable ba, sir, yung sinasabi ng iba na i-cut yung leaves ng seedlings prior to delivery and transplanting para iwas stress?
Yes, to reduce the transpiration, kasi pag malaki ang space na mayroong dahon na malaki ang space for transpiration, kaya you have to cut 50% para for survival.
Okay.
Kailangan talagang i-cut mo yung half of the foliage should be removed or cut in order to reduce transpiration.
Okay, noted on that. Okay, again, we would like to remind everyone to please fill up our customer feedback form. And we would like to inform also our activity participants that aside from the presentation materials, I think the Secretariat can provide you with the recordings of our discussion this afternoon. No? So your email addresses and your contact details is very important for us so that we can also provide you with the recordings of our activity, the question and answer, and the presentation materials of Mr. Ver Luquias. Again, you also would like to remind the regional chairs to please remain in the room for our general meeting. The Philippine Cacao Industry Association and the Philippine Cacao Industry Council, we will be having a meeting after our Usapang Cacao at the Playa. So I think we have no more questions at this point in time. We would like again to thank very much Mr. Virgilio Luquias for his time with us and for his expertise in sharing to our audiences. I think the highest we have more than 130 participants from Zoom and more than 50 from our Facebook Live. So we are very happy that every episode of our Usapang Cacao at Chocolate, we have an increasing number of followers of our UKT. So once again, thank you very much for that. So at this point, my dear friends, we would like to request our Secretariat to please flash our certificate of appreciation to our topic presenter for today. Certificate of appreciation is hereby given to Mr. Virgilio L. Luquias, retired supervising agriculturist, in grateful appreciation for sharing his time and expertise as resource person for the topic selection of planting material and cacao farm establishment during the 4th episode of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate Season 2 webinar series, held on June 1, 2022 via Zoom and Facebook Live, given this first day of June 2022, signed Consul Army Lopez Garcia, President, Philippine Cacao Industry Association Incorporated. So once again, on behalf of PCIA and PCIC, thank you very much for your expertise and your time, Mr. Virgilio Luquias, for our episode today of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much, Consul Army, and to our officers of the PCIC, Ma'am Sylvia. Thank you sa invitation. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pudbay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pudbay Bear.
Yes, bye. Anytime, basta kayo lahat. Okay lang tayo.
Thank you, Bear.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Ang problema may nagka-problema ko sa screen. Alam mo, kalahati lang makikita ko sa aking screen dito sa bahay. Oo. Nakikita ko lang si Consul Army at saka yung mukha ko. Yung iba hindi ko nakita. Naghang,
Okay na yun.
naghang itong laptop ko, naghang.
Buti na lang, Ver. Yan ako, Ver.
Yes,
Buti na lang.
Ayan, Ernie.
Oo, talaga na problema ko dito.
Hello, Sir Ernie.
Talagang
How
kalahati
are
lang
you?
nakita ko.
Okay.
It's on my face. Yes, ma'am, thank
Okay,
you.
Consul Army, we have a question here. They wish to be a member of the PCIA. How can they be a member of PCIA? There's a question here.
Please register because we are really waiting to get the guidelines from the committee. As soon as we have this, we will definitely inform everyone because we would really want to embrace all of you, most especially members of the value chain, so that we will all benefit from whatever projects we may have in the future. Most especially, we're very, very happy that this year we finally were able to register our very own association. And this is what was dictated by the roadmap that the PCAC should have a private sector arm that is registered. So now we have our own very own registered association. So please, abangan na lang. We will definitely let you know. And also for those who are, viewers, please don't forget, always save the date, the first Wednesdays of the month. We would like to see you again. We will always miss you if you don't show up. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Consul Army. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, for a very enlightening discussion about selecting your clones and starting your farm and starting your plantations. So to give us the closing remarks, my dear friends, we are happy to have with us this afternoon the newly elected Regional Chairperson of the Cacao Industry Council of Region 12. Let's all welcome Mr. June Pantua of Cablon Farms for the closing remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. Correction. I am not the newly elected president of the Regional Cacao Council of Region 12. However, I just replaced the president. I'm the vice president and replaced the existing president because he is in absentia, and we still do not know the reason why he has resigned from his job. Okay, so first, I would like to thank, of course, the organizer of this forum and Consul Army Lopez Garcia for the Philippine Cacao Industry Council, and of course, the Department of Agriculture. No? And the information that was given by our consultants are very, very important. But unfortunately, since our farm was started by my father about 30 years ago, and more, 40 years ago, and we have been practicing the protocols that has been presented. However, I can tell you that our farming system has been very, very successful because of the value addition we have done. And of course, we have not forgotten what the legacy of my father, because during that time, the only planted as far as I know, the only planted cacao beans in our country during those times are the criollos. And fortunately too, we have also planted the hybrids. And although they're not necessarily certified, because during those times, there were no certification from the government. But I tell you, the farmers here in this forum, there is a very big opportunity for cacao growers. And the key actually should be the sustainability of the farm and the value addition. It's been a long way that we have started farming, and now we have already exported our beans and also made process it into chocolates. And lately, the Department of Trade and Industry in this region made the first chocolate fair festival in SM General Santos. And they have made sensory evaluation of our beans. And fortunately, for the 14 processors in the whole of the region, our tablea was considered the first in sensory evaluation. And to think that the varieties we have planted are not really certified, well, that would tell us that it's important in productivity, but on the flavor profile, we have a big chance also to be at par with other chocolate makers. Thank you very much, and hoping for a more productive, more resilient, and hopefully also, before I leave this forum, we have a very big problem now in South Cotabato because of the issue of the open pit mining. And that's a very, very critical issue, especially on the beans, of our beans, especially if we have to export them, or even local processing. And hopefully this industry would favor us, the farmers, that the open pit mining should be banned here in our country, because it really affects the agriculture productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Pantua.
June.
Thank
Sir
you, June.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ma'am Army. Thank you very much. Yes.
Before we go, my dear friends, I would like to there's another question for Consul Army. Ma'am, what is the status of the cacao production protocol? Can we start using the production protocol?
Okay. I just want, in fact, I was about to take this up during the meeting for the with the regional councils, but since the question is now being raised, it's good for you to know that we had an audience, Camini Silvia, VP Silvia Ordonez had an audience with Secretary Dar, and we had a chance to present the prototype manual of the technical, the book of the technical production, cacao production and post-harvest protocol. And we also met with the ATI, and the first impression that the ATI told us was, wow, this is really the Bible, and they were very excited to popularize it. And in fact, Secretary Dar said that, he is really directing ATI to help us, to help PCAA and PCAC to popularize the manual. And in fact, he said, wow, this is already it. I mean, they can, and this will be the manual that they can teach. They can, teach the farmers, no? However, in as much effort has been put in there by the writers, I know that we have the experts here, like Sila Ver, Sila Peter, and the others, no? We were also advised by DA to really protect this manual, and so we are in the process of getting intellectual property rights for that manual. But we are fast tracking this so that we can already popularize this. Please bear with us, but we are doing our best efforts to do this. But at this point, I would like to give the floor also to Sylvia, who is also actively working with me on this matter. Sylvia, you have the floor.
Sylvia.
Sylvs.
Sylvia still there? I think so, yes.
Is Sylvia there? Okay.
She get disconnected, ma'am.
You get this. Okay. So for anyway, as soon as just register yourself, and we will surely disseminate this manual, and we will popularize it. But of course, we need to be we need to protect ourselves here. Much effort has been exerted in producing this manual, and we would like to protect it at all costs so that not just anybody can reproduce this. I hope you understand. But we are doing our best to really disseminate it the soonest possible time. Thank you very much for your interest.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association and the Philippine Cacao Industry Council, we wish to thank you all for spending your afternoon with us. We will be inviting you once again on July for another episode of Usapang Cacao at Chocolate on every first Wednesday of the month. So once again, thank you very much, my dear friends, and good afternoon.
La 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 la. Alam mo bang sintamis ng tsokolating mga mukhang nakangiti? Alam mo bang kasing puro ng kakao ang pag-ibig kapag inaraw-araw? So let's taste and see the goodness of cacao at tsokolate.
There, please announce that in 30 minutes, time check, 3:26, and it's at 4 o'clock.
Magpapapapasaya at magpapamanga sa'yo. Usapang kakao at tsokolate. Just sit and relax, makinig at matuto. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate. Welcome to Usapang Kakao at Tsokolate.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we request the PCIA Board of Trustees and the Philippine Cacao Industry Council officers and members to remain in our Zoom meeting room since we will begin our PCIA meeting in a few minutes.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Cha. I'm just...
Hi.
Hi, Cha. Good afternoon. Tita Cha.
Good afternoon.
Yeah. Mayo atong attendance ganina.
Very good. Oh,
May
very interested ang mga naminaw. Daghang questions.
Good. That's very good. Yeah. Anyway, magkuhan lang ta updates because this is usual mo nato, di ba? After the UKT meeting ta. Kay
Pero
sayang.
sayop lang ang dates. Ina Secretariat, June 4 gibutan. June 1 pa man karon.
OMG.
Yeah, tanawa. Anyway.
Sige lang.
Okay
Anyway,
lang, pero di na ta mo meeting sa June 4.
Dili na.
Okay,
Gawas og
okay.
dunay something comes up.
Oh,
A
okay.
special meeting. But kani is that
regular.
We try to plan with the councils.
Oh, kana nagiusab ni
Tama na,
Rachel.
ma'am. Sorry po.
Sige lang. At ang
That's
sakto
okay.
na si Rachel.
Okay.
Shall we understand?
Thank you, Consul.
So, unsa may ingon nila ni I'm trying to call Sylvia now. Okay, doon naman siya appoint.
Si Sir Chris, ma'am, later daw, mag-join daw siya, ma'am. Nasa Cebu pa daw kasi siya, and then on travel pa daw si Sir Chris. Then si Sir Philo, waiting pa po ako sa response ni Sir Philo po, ma'am.
Yeah, bitaw kay marag nag-una mo tayo yung schedule gali, di ba?
Yes, tama, ma'am.
He mix up his dates. Sige lang, just to say hello and say what's up. Kumusta ang panahon diha sa Davao?
Oh, raining very rainy. Very rainy.
Dinigali sa Dipolog, sige pong sige pong gadagum.
Naode po diri. Na ay mga perme na ay warning, orange, warning for heavy rainfall.
Pero that's good for the
Pero
plants,
Davao
diba?
City, dili kayo. No, not for
That's good
our
for the
cacao. Not so much for our cacao kay kuan man kung magsige mag-ulan niya dili ka naka-apas sa imong pruning daghan
na.
kag padrat apasunon gyud nimong pruning pastilan
Gukuron sad ka.
Gukuron sad ka. Oh. Ay nako. Kanig yung mauna mo yun siguro na ang mga cacao growers or sa laing nasod ba.
Yeah.
They're really on their foot yun nga kuan na
Mo na yan, tender loving care gyud na, sige kang bantay.
Yes. Pero okay lang na kung medyo gamay lang ang imong area because it's good for the agrarian reform beneficiaries. Sa'yo naman sila magtutok, family help, family labor ba. Pero kung kanang medyo alanganin ang size nimo, and then you really have to have people to do it, medyo apsunon. Mauna ang akong na kuan gyud natun-an.
Yeah, we have to learn from you kasi kuan plus ang labor. My goodness.
Yes.
Okay, so time check unsa na 3:44. Okay, so we scheduled it at 4 o'clock. So siguro, well, how many are around, Papa? There are still 36. Yeah. So let's wait for 4 o'clock as scheduled. Then we start the meeting.
Okay.
4 o'clock. Yeah.
Puyong usa gamay.
Sikwati sa ta. Tita Cha, sikwati sa ta.
Ay nako. Umana mangukog si Kwate every morning.
I take it in the afternoon.
Ah, okay. That's good. Okay. Sige. Onsa pa. Wait
Ako,
ko for ako.
soya.
Ah!
Wow. Bago na namang hairdo.
Nakataho ako, taho.
Ah, okay. Kala ko nagpunta ka sa beauty parlor ang nagpaputol kasi may picture na lumabas.
Kasi long hair na ako.
Oh, nag-long hair ka. Bago ko lang nakita. Uy, bakit ang iksi ng buhok? Kanina mahaba.
Maganda
hair ako.
Oh, bago din style ito. Oh, tingnan nyo.
Yusek niya.
Ay, naka.
Stay around. Stay.
Dapat one time, Consul Army, dapat si Tita nandun na sa ating usapan.
No, dito na tayo mag-usapan dito. Pero mahirap, malayo para ang Tita Cha dito. Ako na lang bibisita sa Davao.
Puntahan tayo ng Davao.
Oo nga.
Oo
nga. Talaga.
Oo.
If not
Sige,
Cebu.
Asa na si Tita Silvia? Tita Silvia, punta tayo ng Davao.
Cebu nga.
Cebu.
Cebu.
Or maybe, can we visit Bohol?
Okay ka mag-travel, Tita?
Actually,
Ako?
Tita Cha, Yusek Lavinia, when we will have the national, this week, we will take it up later. The national jurors will have to go to Bohol.
Yes.
Okay? To witness. And we, the officials, can also witness. We will go to Bohol to witness.
Yes.
Oh, di ba?
Yes.
Pag-usapan ko anta. Usapan
Yes.
jury. We will be the witness.
Yeah.
So okay ka, ha?
Yes, of course. Why not?
So we will ask Bina Antupina kung kailan yung judging, and then we will, since we have the budget, Yusek, we will ask the jurors, the national jurors, mga 6 sila. We'll have to fly to Bohol. And then tayo, we will be there as witness.
So meron na ba kayong identified jurors?
Yeah, meron na sa Luzon, sa Visayas meron na. 2 sila. I asked my son, siya. And then sa Mindanao meron na, di ba? Tita Cha, kayo ni Chris Luis.
Yes. Chef Jill Sandike.
And then sa Luzon, so we're still waiting for Sylvia
sino mag-chair? Chair on the juror.
Ang si Juan, Bina.
DOST po.
Kailan niya?
Si provincial na. Pasti. Ha?
Kung kailan niya
Kailan diba sometime September?
September. Malayo pa pala yan. Malayo pa yan, Consul Army.
Yeah.
Correct me. Baka I might be wrong. Rachel, tama ba yun?
Yes, correct, ma'am. September yung start ng regional competition, then October yung sa national.
Rachel, di ba matagal pa yan? Hanggang June 30 lang ako.
Okay. Magiging witness ka na lang. Okay lang yun.
Hindi, maglaag na ako doon.
Laag lang. Sige.
No, Juan, Tita Cha, si Yusek Lavinia, if she will not stay around, kung di siya mo stay on, take a base siya, she will be with us sa association. So,
mag-member.
Yes.
Of course. Advice
Nomination ba? Kailangan mag-nomination? I-nominate. Yeah.
Yusek to invite PCAF to witness this UKT. And then walang busy daw sila because they have to see our UKT. It was attended by 213, no? At saka sa Facebook 50. So how national can you go? Diba?
Update lang ako. Kanina ko pa kasi I cannot get hold of Lisa Batad kasi guest speaker siya ngayon. Tapos siya kasi I have to talk to her. Wala kaming schedule meeting eh. Wala dito sa aking schedule. So
UKT?
No. Yung sa
para sa pick-up natin. Oo.
So I hope you push it na, you can schedule it because I'm going there on June 9 again. So hopefully I could make an appearance with you, Jan, and then to receive the signed document na. Pang documentation.
Kasi hindi ko nakita na may meeting kami eh. Ginatanong dito, wala pa daw. Baka hindi pa kami nabigyan ng notice.
Okay, so maybe we can start already, Kwan?
Yeah, it's 10 minutes.
At 3:51. Try to call Philo.
Kape o unsa na? Pandiha.
Gigutom na ko anak tsada.
Sorry.
So altogether, we're still 30. Blair is around. Yeah, thank you. Philo? Yeah, log in because we're about to start the meeting. Thank you. Okay, si Philo is about to log in already. Okay, Sylvia is also coming in. Si Philo is also logging in. And si Chris Fadriga, may interview lang siya, short interview sa radio, sa my program. So I guess after the interview, he will also join us. Yeah, so as soon as Sylvia is there and then si Philo, then we can start exactly at 4 o'clock.
How about Mayor Buen?
Said he has to attend to something.
Oh, I see.
Hasta si Chris Lindo. Sige lang, majority man ta.
Okay, okay.
We'll just update them. Rachel, yung the attendance, kung sino ang sa region, ha? Rachel. Ito, no, membership call. Ikaw na.
Yes, Consul. So, i-request ko lang po yung mga participants natin na hindi pa naka-rename para ma-recognize natin. So, kindly rename po using your this format po. Complete name _ your region if representative kayo ng regional council ninyo, and you can also put yung agency if ever representative kayo ng mga government agencies na members ng ng council po.
Okay, I'm here.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
Long time no see.
Oy, isang buwan lang. Yeah. At very, very busy. So parang,
I could
Ay,
see your
nako.
meetings. I saw you in the meeting.
Good. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so let's start.
Yeah.
Is it 4 o'clock na ba? 2 minutes more. Okay, Rachel, can you please post the agenda? Shell. So it's 4 o'clock. As usual, we really try our best to start on our meetings on time. So I would now like to call the meeting to order. Shell.
Yes, Consul. So good afternoon once again, everyone. No? So I've noted some of the participants kasi yung iba, may I request yung others who are not mentioned no, to please specify your agency or yung council na you are representing. So let me acknowledge, of course, we have from CAR, Ms. Eva Richel Padua. We also have representative from Region 1 Cacao Council, Ms. Rose Chua. And of course, from Region 3, Ma'am Sylvia Ordones. From Region 4A, Sir Florencio Flores. We also have from, of course, from Region 7, our chairperson, Ma'am Consul Army Lopez Garcia. And from Region 9, represented by DTI Region 9, Rods Montero. And from Region 11, we have Ma'am Charita Pentestina. And from Region 12, we have Sir Jun Pantua. And we also have representatives from the government agencies, of course, from DA, High Valley Crops and Rural Credit. We have Undersecretary Evelyn Lapilla. And we also have from Department of Agrarian Reform, Ma'am Dia Pandapatan and Sir Julius Manabeng. And we have from the Department of Trade and Industry. Then we also would like to acknowledge the Board of Trustees of the Philippine Cacao Industry Association. We have Sir Philo Chua and joining with us later si Sir Chris Padrica. So yun po yung nanote ko, Consul. Others, wala po kasing organization or yung council po. So you can also comment in our Zoom chat box po yung organization nyo or yung agency nyo if ever may difficulty kayo to rename. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. I would like to dispense the opening remarks in as much as they also already heard me earlier at the UKT. What I'm saying is that I would like to thank them again for their time to join the UKT, and also to join us in the meeting. Now, please go over the agenda, and if you have corrections or you have inputs or additions, say them now. Otherwise, then I would like to hear a motion for approval. Can you move this down? If I would just like to spell out in other matters, Shell, the postponement of the celebration of the World Chocolate Day in the respective regions. Or respective regions or provinces pa, no? And next is the announcement of the postponement of the Cacao Congress. Okay. So I just added the 2 points under other matters. If you have other matters that you want to include, please you just ask me and I'll give you the floor. Otherwise, may I hear a motion for the approval of the agenda?
So moved, Madam Chair.
Okay. There's a movement to to approve the agenda. Who seconds the motion?
Second.
Yeah, seconded by Sylvia. Okay, can you see the thing? And then yung mga resolutions na lang.
Okay, Consul. So this will be just a quick. Let us just go through no sa minutes of our PCIC meeting last May 4, 2022. So this was participated by the following PCIC and PCIA officers and members.
Yeah.
Then we have 2 agenda items, the Philippine Cacao Quality Awards guidelines and the updates on the World Chocolate Day celebration. So this, the meeting was chaired by the Vice Chairperson Gwen Mondihar, since my activity rin si Consul that time. They met with Secretary Dar to present yung technical guide on cacao production and post-harvest. So anyway, so for the first agenda item, the Philippine Cacao Quality Awards PCQA guidelines, so it has been resolved that the PCIC Incorporated be tasked to implement or institutionalize the search for the Philippine beans or farmers to enter the competition or the Cocoa of Excellence Award biodiversity program for the year 2023. And moreover, it was also requested that DA and DTI to provide funding for the implementation of this project and be institutionalized as motion by Mrs. Shari Pentespina and seconded by Sir Julius Manaben of DA CAR. And
Maybe,
then,
excuse me, Rachel, maybe request the others to unmute because it's kind of noisy. Okay. Yeah, next.
Okay, so next is the updates on the World Chocolate Day celebration. So Vice Chairperson Ben Mondehar gave an update on the postponement of this World Chocolate Day National Cacao Congress on July 7 to 8, 2022, which will be held sana in Davao City SMX Convention Center with the following reasons. Yung new variant entering the country, so yung possible surge ng COVID-19 cases, and also the upcoming yung national elections. And then for the other matters, there was a question raised regarding the standard bag or the standard size of the poly bag for cacao seedlings. So it was agreed that the concern regarding that poly bag for cacao seedlings be included in the agenda on the regular meeting to be discussed further by DA. So the Secretariat requested yung guidelines ng DA on the size of this poly bag, and it will be provided by Ms. Ravi. This will be disseminated to the PCIC and PCIA officers and members for information. And then there was also a clarification raised by DAR in the forthcoming activities, specifically yung PCQA, since they have ARBs or agrarian reform beneficiaries that are into cacao farming, and agrarian reform beneficiaries organizations processing cacao beans into chocolate products. So it was clarified that the ARBs or ARBOs are invited to join the PCQA by fielding farmer entries and submit it to their respective regional cacao councils. Further, the invitation of the PCQA is extended to all regional offices of DA, DAR, DNR, and PCA. So the above mentioned agencies are also requested during that meeting to provide the directory of the respective ROs or regional offices to be included in the dissemination of the PCQA guidelines. So that would be all, Madam Chair. You're muted, ma'am.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. You have heard the minutes as read. For those who were present during the meeting last May 4, may I hear your comments? The floor is now open to your comments, discussion. And if you have no more comments or corrections, then may request for the approval of the minutes as read. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
for consistency lang po, I'm Julius Manabong of Darkar.
Yes.
Kasi on the minutes ng previous meeting natin, I was identified as Darkar BD, and then I was again identified as DA Car. So for consistency's sake, ma'am, I'm with the Department of Agrarian Reform Cordillera.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Well noted. So aside from those corrections, any more corrections? Rachel, are you taking note of that correction?
Yes, Consul. We will revise, Consul, the minutes.
So any more corrections to the minutes as read? If those present during the meeting last May 4, if you have no more matters to discuss or questions to raise, then may I hear a motion for approval of the minutes. Yes, Sylvia?
Yeah, I move that the minutes be approved.
Okay. There's a motion to approve the minutes as read. Who seconds the motion?
Second the motion, Madam Chair.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so let's go to the matters arising from the previous minutes, from the previous meeting. Okay, so I took note of this. Can you flash the minutes? We know that Yusek Lavinia is still here, and DTA is also well represented. May we request in the item number 1 about the funding? What is the status of the funding of the PCQA?
Consul Army.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes.
Paulo Tatlong Hari here po. Sorry, Yusek na. Paulo Tatlong Hari po.
Yes. Yeah, Paulo.
Yes po. Yusek is currently on another meeting po. So Rabi and I were tasked to attend po. Anyway, regarding to for the funding, we are currently coordinating with our AMAS, with Sir Marlon po. And yun nga po, ongoing naman po yung coordination namin for the funding. Hopefully po, magkaroon na rin po ng final decision for it po. Na-i-endorse naman na po namin dito sa kanila. And yun nga po, so far, the approved budget po under the GAA po ni DA would be around 600,000 po for the PCQA activities po ngayong 2022.
Yeah, thank you, Paolo, for that. No, because I think we are now starting the ball rolling, and then in fact we want to finalize, no, and we want to come up with a decision in October to have the final what's this decision, no? The judging that will be held in Bohol. So we will be requesting. In fact, we will be funding the travel of the jurors from 2 from Luzon and 2 from Visayas and 2 from Mindanao, right? As what was agreed, Rachel. Thank you very much, Paulo, for that clarification.
Okay, ma'am, Consul, just another question po sana. There is a proposed meeting po sana with DN, also with the PCIC and PCIA po with regard doon sa procurement po ng materials or mga bagay po na gagamitin natin for PCQA. Mga kailan po kaya natin pwede itong iset between the two groups po?
Okay. So we will ask the availability of the TWG chair, no? Si Mayor Buen. As soon as Rachel, can we arrange that meeting? So clarification, yung clarification mo will be on the materials, right?
Yes po, Consul. For the meeting, kasama din po pala si DTI dapat. Ayun po.
Okay. Okay, take note, Rachel. We will advise you as soon as we get a word from Mayor Buen, okay? Because he's the TWG chair for the PCQA awards.
Okay po. Thank you very much po, Consul.
Thank you, Pablo. Rachel, the minutes of the meeting, can you please post that if in the first part, looking at that, it's just the funding, right? Can you move it down, please? Yung sa first point, ito. Since we're institutionalizing, yeah. It says here DA and DTI. DA has we also requested for DTI.
Actually, yes po, Consul. Actually, Consul, last 2 weeks ago, we had a meeting with USEC Bless and we presented yung requested budget ni PCIA for the conduct of the Philippine Cacao Quality Awards. So they requested additional information and we already submitted it to ROG. So we are still waiting po sa confirmation or approval nung budget po.
Yeah. So thank you. We hope that from your end, DTI, please push. Okay, because we will be.
Yes, Consul.
Yes, because we cannot wait because we want to meet the target, no? Okay, so next is the yung
observation.
Yes.
Consular Army.
Yes, you have the floor.
Based on experience, if we will only have 600,000 for that activity, for that project, I'm afraid we will be having another problem if what we plan for judges or jurors to be billeted in Bohol and imagine they're fair, including the facility of Miss Antupina to process the different beans that has to be processed into chocolates for the sensory evaluation. Taking into consideration, imagine the hotels and the plane fare of the jurors coming from, Luzon, which has to, I don't know how will they be direct flights from Luzon to Bohol?
Yeah, they are. From Manila?
Oh, so they have to go to Manila and Manila to Bohol. So these are the items that has to be included in the budget if we have to study all of the expenses that has to be handled.
Yeah, thank you. Well noted, Tita Cha. We'll ask the TWG chair to take this into consideration. And for that matter, that's why I think the DTI also offered its counterpart because they saw that the transport and the accommodation of the jurors is not included. I mean, there are so many miscellaneous expenses that were not taken into consideration for the 600,000. And most especially that, please take note that we have increased participation from core, no? So anyway, that's well noted, and we will, if we can decide on the date early enough, then we'll be able to seek the plane fare at a very, very low rate, and we'll be able to get a good rate for the accommodation of the jurors. Okay?
Yeah.
So
and also the cost of the processing, which will be in the hands of Miss Vina, or the processing of the beans into liquor.
Yeah.
For the sensory.
Yeah, unless since she's the provincial director of the OST, and unless she can, she can also offer the services of the OST, and then probably we can write. We already wrote to her that she'll be the head juror, and that the final processing will be done in the Chocolate Academy in the OST Bohol. So I guess that matter is has to be cleared up, no, and clarified. Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So with the matters arising from the minutes, it says here, it was already mentioned, Rachel, that it was already taken up that about the postponement, no, of the July 7 Cacao Congress, no.
Yes, Consul.
Is other matter that was raised earlier in the agenda. Okay, so if there are no more other matters, then let's proceed to the next point of the agenda. Okay, business proper, and then technical guide on cacao production post-harvest. Madam Sylvia Ordonez, please proceed with your report. Sylvs, you have the picture, right? Sylvia, you have the floor.
Okay, what do you want me to report on? I'm sorry, I was on the other. Ba't nawala? Teresa.
Hi, Ma'am Sylvia. Yes,
I'm
oo.
okay. You want me to report on our meeting with
Updating na po tayo, Ma'am Sylvia, about yung presentation of the manual to DA Secretary Dar, and then yung manual po.
Yeah, okay. So we sought an appointment with Secretary Dar so that we can present the draft of the manual, no? As you all know, we have presented a final copy to PICAF, and part of the funding that the PASABE got was a certain portion, a small portion, for the printing of 10 copies of the manual. These 10 copies were presented to PICAF. They're the only ones who have copies as of today. Not even DTI, not even PCIC, PCIA, nobody has a copy. The reason being, we're not publishing it yet because we need to register it with register the copyright, because we don't want it circulating and it might be copied or plagiarized or yeah, okay. So we are now ready to submit this to the IPO. We have gotten the permission of all the writers, the assignment to PCIC and PCIA basically. So Secretary Dar got a copy from PICAF and we returned immediately the copy back to PICAF. So these copies are intact with PICAF as part of the requirement. We also paid the courtesy call on the Office of ATI. So we presented the copy and we informed Secretary Dar that we need to popularize the manual. And he said that he will take care of helping us with ATI to print the copies that we need. We also informed Secretary Dar that we are applying as PC for a PICAF accreditation under PCIA, but that our problem is that the fact that we are not yet 3 years old, and under the current rules of the PICAF, you have to be 3 years old to be accredited. At that point, they informed us that to be accredited as a national organization, which we are, you need to at least have activities in 2 regions. So we have been informed this also officially by the people who are processing our accreditation, and we have submitted a list of the activities that Region 11 DTI is helping us with as the Secretariat. Therefore, we are now compliant to be in 2 regions, Region 7 and Region 11. The final meeting will be on June 3. So on June 3, if they find all our submissions satisfactory, they have promised Secretary Dar that they would hand to us over officially the signed accreditation of PCIA. We were also informed that in the meantime, while we do not have an accreditation as PCAF, meaning ourselves, the PCIA, they advise us that through PASABE, we should be able to submit a proposal and they will readily consider it. So we spoke to Engineer Tuates, who's now, let's all give him a big congratulatory applause, who is now the president of the PASABE as well. And he agreed. So he got his board to approve a possible tie-up again between PCIA this time and PASABE, and we will submit. We are submitting the popularization of the manual, because then we have to have PASABE. The submission should be like it has something to do with the original project that they had. So we would like funding from PASABE, from PICAF through PASABE for the popularization of the manual. And what we submitted is the YouTube presentation of the UKTs. All the UKT presentations that we have, they will be edited in terms of reformatting them for the YouTube presentation format, and we will then upload them in the YouTube. So I think we will be asking for 700 to 900,000 for this, meaning 12 episodes at more or less 40 to 50,000 per episode. But as soon as we get our approval as PICAF, we can also submit another proposal, this time in the name of PCIA, because we will already be hopefully accredited. So that was the meeting. And then we also met with the ATI. Unfortunately, ATI Director Mula was not around, but we were received by two division heads, the heads of the popularization and training units. And they promised to take up with Rosana Mula, Dr. Rosana Mula, our request to help us with training and also the printing of the manuals and popularizing our technologies for the use of our farmers. As of today, we have not met with Director Mula. We hope that in our next meeting with Secretary Dar, we can, once we know the date, we can set also a meeting with Director Mula, because their office is right beside DA, within DA, but the office is right beside the office of Secretary Dar, quite accessible. So that's my report, Army.
Okay, can you flash the screen presentation and then ATI and then IPO? So well covered. So any the floor is now open. If you have questions, please, you have the floor, and then we can direct them to Ms. Sylvia.
Good job. No question. It's
No,
just
okay.
a good job.
Pasado ba, tita? Pasado.
Yeah. Sus, nako.
Yeah, we had to do a courtesy call. Sige, okay, thank you very much. Okay, so let's proceed to the PCQA awards. Since Mayor Buen is not here, any updates? Any updates, Shell? And I think at this point, Sylvia, at this point, maybe know if you already have names for your the jury from Luzon.
Naku, I still have to meet with Philo on this. I'm very sorry. Is Philo around?
Yeah, Philo is around.
Yes, I'm here.
Philo, do you have names?
I have I have a couple of names.
Ayun. Yun. Sige, we'll meet after this, pwede? So we can nominate na.
We can
Sige,
already,
sige.
we can
Okay.
already.
Thank you. Sorry, I've been quite busy.
No
Understand.
problem.
Okay, 7.3. Thank you, Sylvia.
You have a portion here to report on the test, that training, because I report.
Yeah, it's here. Oh, it's yours. It's still yours. Test the PCA.
Okay, later na. Yeah.
And
okay.
you already reported 7.4, the PCAF. So you just report the 7.3 now. Please proceed while you're here.
Okay. So yesterday we had a meeting. We were invited by TESDA. They did what they call a scan of the skills that are needed, not just for cacao, but several other products. But cacao is included because we have requested for training on cacao. So they are desperately waiting for our manual because we suggested that they follow the flow of the manual, no? And we are not able to distribute any copy of the manual to anyone or any agency at this point, even government, until it has been successfully registered with the IPO and the library. So very soon we will have that, and we will give them a copy, and we will invite our writers so that they can have a meeting with TESDA, and the good news is that DTI has agreed to set aside some budgets for their honorarium as speakers or as resource persons for the TESDA. Okay. That's my report on TESDA. What's the next one? Meron pa ba ako?
Consul, you're muted, Consul.
You already covered PCAA's application to PCAF. So 7.3, test the PCAA, PCAC partnership. You have any concerns or questions, clarifications? The floor is now open for discussion. Direct your questions and clarifications to Sylvia. If none, then we can proceed to the 7.5. No questions? No clarifications?
Question, ma'am.
Yes, proceed.
I would like to ask, yung test the PCA partnership, ang ibig sabihin ba yun kung ma-receive na ng test na yung production manual and protocols, yun ay magiging basis ng kanilang ituturo?
Yes.
Okay. Sa bagay, hindi ko pa rin alam kung anong contents nun, pero gusto ko lang matanong si Ma'am Sylvia if the protocol on the fermentation is isang protocol lang. Yun ang gusto kong tanong, kung isang protocol lang ba yun? Or maraming iba-ibang klaseng protocol?
Sylvia?
Sorry, I'm not very familiar with the different types of protocols, pero yung sa fermentation natin, the one that was approved by the TWG is the only one we are publishing at the moment, no? Okay. But the future funding that we hope we can get from PCAF will be to elaborate on each of these topics practically to a book so that we can cover all the other protocols.
Okay.
Okay.
May isa pong suggestion po. Kung meron na doon talagang na-establish na protocol for fermentation, ang suggestion ko po, yung Philippine Quality Awards, kung pwede natin i-base yung mga fermented beans sa nire-recommend nitong protocol na ito sa mga farmers para at least makita natin yung differences on different siguro variety or the place where it was fermented or kung saan nanggaling yung mga beans. Maganda pong output or learnings kung talagang effective ba talaga itong fermentation and how does it affect the flavor on different origins. Ayun lang po.
Yeah. Okay. I suggest we bring this up in the TWG meeting with the PCQC so that it can be considered, Army.
Yeah. So
Idea.
Yun, that is a very good suggestion. And then that since this is a protocol, then maybe for the next round of participation, then maybe we can require, we can require that those participating in the awards, no, will follow that protocol na, di ba? So anyway, yeah, June, well noted, well noted. So Rachel, can you please put that under matters that we need to discuss further?
Yes, Consul.
Very much, John. Okay, also to add to that, to add to the discussion on the manual, when ATI, actually I just want to add na Sylvian, because the team really, when they saw the manual, they were so surprised that we could produce that kind of manual in so short a time. And they say short a time, but of course it's almost how many months ba yun? But they say, wow, it's really complete, and talagang they even mentioned that it's the Bible. So, but again, the ATI is into popularization, but they just had inputs about, like, how it can be popularized, like the layout to be more attractive, not too heavy on the farmers, para the farmers can really relate to the protocols, no? Okay, so those were the suggestions of ATI. Okay, so thank you, June, for those inputs. Next, 7.5, Regional Cacao Council's membership to the Regional Development Council. So, Blair, is Blair here?
Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. We're happy to inform the PCIC and the PCIA that Central Visayas has already lodged their documents as a private sector organization of the Central Visayas Regional Development Council. The Regional Development Council actually accredits private sector organizations to be part and parcel of the entire gamut of the Regional Development Council. The question there is, if you want to be a private sector organization, you have to have a legal personality, which the PCIC don't have. We're happy to note that we have already the PCIA, that's which we used in our accreditation process. That's why we have already submitted all the documentary requirements based on the requisites set by the Regional Development Council, which is still will be also true to all regional councils nationwide. So what we are suggesting now is this. Many industry clusters have been working to be accredited at the Regional Development Council, because the Regional Development Council will be the funnel of all technical and financial support on the development initiatives in the region. Being there would give you an upper hand in positioning yourself on assistance and projects, be it bilateral or multilateral or government funded projects, because you're there already, you can position yourself. So many industry clusters have been working on that. The problem now is they don't have the legal personality because they're still a council. The good thing is we have a PCIA. So what we're suggesting now is the regional councils will, the other regional councils can still lodge their membership at the regional councils, regional development councils, using the documents and using the documents of PCIA, and maybe the chairperson, Consul Army, will designate the regional chair to be the official representative of PCIA to your particular RGC. No, so if that idea would invite you to have yourself accredited with with RDC, I'll be sending all the documentary requirements which we lodge to our Central Visayas RDC, to our secretariat, and this be given to all regional councils, no, so that you could just copy paste all these documents, because the only basic parameter there is you have to have a legal personality, which we have because of PCIA. So that's it.
Thank you, Blair. Thank you, and I thank you very much for the documentation. Madugo yung documentation. However, what we're doing now actually, we are now testing we are doing a pilot testing for Region 7, and that for Region 7, if this applies for Region 7, this will apply to all the regions. And the reason why it's very important for the regional councils to be members of the RDC is because, again, at least para our cacao region, regional councils in the region will have a voice. Number two, with the coming, with the approval of the Mandanas law, then we will really be given the priority. So it becomes a priority sector, di ba? So just to inform you that since the regional council cannot be registered because it's a council, so being embraced by the PCAA, so it's now PCAA being a member of the regional RDC and then designating the regional council there. So we are just experimenting on this to see how this works. Okay, so as soon as this will be approved, then we will already disseminate this, even the application and everything, the documentary requirements to all the different regions, para at least the regional councils can have a seat in the regional development council as mandated, as included in the roadmap. It's spelled out there in the roadmap that all the regional councils should be members of the RDC, and then not technical, na walang registration because it's a council. So that's why it's a good thing that we have the association. Okay, so okay, thank you, Blair, for that report.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man.
Just for you, for the information, everyone. Yeah. So any questions, clarifications regarding the membership of the RDC? So that was the trial run. That was a pilot project. Yeah.
Permission to speak, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. As far as I know, the RDC has different sectoral committees.
Yes.
And under these sectoral committees, there are subcommittees. And in the sectoral economic committee, there is the subcommittee on agriculture po.
Correct.
And under the subcultural subcommittee on agriculture, meron sa Cordillera po, meron tayong ano doon, meron tayong yung Heirloom Rice Development Council, and meron din po tayo yung Coffee Development Council. Hindi po ba pwedeng doon na lang po natin i-try na ipasok yung Cacao Industry Development Council, kung pwede rin siyang mag-drive doon?
Blair, you tried to Blair, because we submitted our application, but it was blocked right away because the R7 council did not have the registration. Of course, we don't expect the regional council to have a registration because it's with government. So now it's being adopted by the PCIA, no? So that just to ensure that the councils will sit in the RDC under the economic, most especially agricultural committee.
Economic cluster.
Economic cluster.
Economic cluster, yes.
So, but unless we submit this legal document, we cannot be, admitted under the economic cluster, diba, Blair?
Yes,
yeah. Also expressed to me by the director of the NEDA in Region 7. So we are just waiting for their deliberation. If this passes, then the other regions can follow what R7 is doing. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. So, okay, so if there are no more other questions, let's proceed to the next part. Okay. celebration of World Chocolate Day in the respective regions and provinces. So since July 7 is really the World Chocolate Day, just like last year, we really encourage all the councils, all the regional councils, the provincial and the regions to celebrate their own, and make their own celebration in their own respective provinces and regions. Like last year, I noticed that si Sakaraga, si Chris Lindo was engaged into free tasting of chocolate. The reason there is that we want to really educate not to tell the world that we exist as an industry, and number two is to also to promote our very own chocolates to the local market, to our local consumers. So anyway, that's the focus, and this will be the second round. We wanted to celebrate this in a big bang with the Congress, but we had to postpone it for very important reasons, like this is health reasons. So IATF na yan, nag-warning, so we cannot do that. So anyway, since the regional chairs are here, please meet respectively. And then inform us on how you celebrate the World Chocolate Day, and we would like the Secretariat will also get a recording of this so that we can post it on Facebook and Facebook, so on how we are celebrating nationwide the World Chocolate Day, just like last year. Okay, and we will of course remind you about the July 7 World Chocolate Day celebration. So any suggestions, inputs about the World Chocolate Day celebration?
Ma'am.
Yes, Jun.
Yes po. Bakit hindi natin gawing launching yung ginawa nating technical sa cacao production and the post-harvest? Yung World Chocolate Day, kung pwede.
Yeah, we will take note of that suggestion. However, we'll have to find out if our IPO and application will be released already.
Yeah,
okay, unless that's not released, we're now keeping it in an airtight container.
Yeah.
To protect
Agree.
ourselves. Otherwise, ako, baka
Agree.
na lang mag-reproduce, di ba?
Agree.
Thank you for that. You'll take note of that. But anyway, in your province, in your region, you do your respective yung celebration. I know that Cebu is already planning its own World Chocolate Day. World Chocolate Day planning sila on how they can celebrate the World Chocolate Day. Chris Padriga, welcome.
Ngayong hapon. Good afternoon, everyone.
Kumusta? Oh.
Okay lang. Join tayo kay si Winnie Cordero nag-interview pa man.
Wow, that's good. So you're really promoting our Philippine chocolate. Thank you very much.
Yes.
What you have done is really a promotion for our Philippine. Okay.
Chocolate.
So anyway, we have tackled the other points of the agenda. We also, Chris, you closely work with Miss Sylvia here because during the UKT there were already questions on how they can be members of the PCAA. So let's give this a serious consideration. Probably since Chris Lindo is very busy, so I tasked Sylvia to assist you. Okay? Yeah. So
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Rachel, so what is the next point, the agenda? Next. Okay, so okay, other matters. We are still in other matters. If you have you still have other matters to discuss, to raise. Otherwise, then if no other matters needed to be discussed, then may I hear a motion for adjournment. I move that we adjourn. Okay, the motion to adjourn the meeting. Seconds the motion.
I second the motion.
Yeah, seconded by Tita Cha. Thank you very much. And we shall be calling on you and meeting especially with the PCQA and projects that we may have. Okay. Thank you very
Before
much.
we end, Consul, can we
Yes.
have a group photo po?
Group photo pa pala. Nalimutan natin yun. Okay, group photo. Thank you.
Okay, please turn on your camera. All right, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, another one. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, thank you everyone. Thank you, Consul.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye, Ma'am Sarita.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank
Bye,
you.
Chris. Hello and bye.
Hello and bye.